Hello, welcome to Postcolonial Space. I'm Masood Raja, and I just wanted to take a few moments to let you know that in this long video, I have combined all my lectures on Introduction to Orientalism in one volume. It's pretty long, but I have not done much editing. I've just put all the segments sequentially one after the other, and I hope this can be useful to you. So thank you so much and enjoy watching, and let me know if you have any questions or comments. Here we go. Hello and welcome to Postcolonial Space. I'm Masood Raja, and today we'll start on probably one of the most ambitious recording projects that I can come up with. And that involves a full reading with you and discussion of Edward Said's Orientalism. I know it's kind of a daunting project, but I think it's going to be really rewarding for me personally, but also for you if we can read the whole book and talk about it. Now, in today's video, I will mostly be covering part 1 of the introduction. And then as we progress, we'll read more and more of the book, but just part 1 of the introduction, which is 4 pages. And the way I will do it is I'll first read the text and then come back and talk to you. So I start with the 2 pithy epigrams of the book. I'll read them and then we'll talk about them. 2 epigrams. The first one is a quote from Karl Marx, his essay, The 18th Borromeo of Louis Bonaparte. And the second one from Benjamin Disraeli, the British Prime Minister, and from one of his books. So the first one, they cannot represent themselves, they must be represented, comes from Karl Marx. And then the East is a career. I'll talk more about these 2 epigrams in a moment. Okay, so let's go over these epigrams. Right, the first one from Marx, and the biggest critique of it is that Said is quoting it out of context. Right, first of all, Marx is writing about the small landholders in France who could not constitute a class and hence did not have political representation. And the whole idea was that they should take a patronym, and Louis Bonaparte should become the person who represents them as a father figure. So the quote is kind of a lot of critics who have read the quote and Said's justification for using it have had problem with that. First of all, because it makes people think, people who have not read their Marx it makes them think that this is what Marx thought of the Oriental people themselves, which wasn't necessarily the case. And 2, that within the context of the 18th Borromeo of Louis Bonaparte, that what Marx is trying to theorize is how would these small landholders who cannot constitute a class be politically represented. So that's the first quote, which is problematic. The quote from Disraeli comes from his 3rd novel, a trilogy that he published in 1840s, and it was a utopia, right? And this one comes from the novel Tancred, right? And in that, the nobleman who goes to the Holy Land to seek his fortune, so that imagination is there, that East is a career, right, for people who were tired of materialism of Victorian England, right? And that is kind of an apt epigram because East, and a lot of critics who write about Orientalism would tell you that within the context of today's politics, East still, of course, is a career for a lot of people. Now that we have seen the Second Gulf War and all that, we've also learned that East is also a career for a lot of contractors, defense contractors and everyone else. So that second quote, of course, applies to what Said is trying to do, in this book. Now, generally, while reading the introduction, another thing to keep in mind is, and we will get to that in the later stage of this video today, is that Orientalism is the first major academic book, at least coming from American Academy, that uses Foucault's theory of discourse. And Said says that in the last part of that introduction that we will read. But after this, let us see how does he start the book and what's contained in the introduction. So let us read a little more, and then I'll come back and talk to you a little more about what we have read. It will be clear to the reader, and will become clearer still throughout the many pages that follow, that by Orientalism I mean several things, all of them, in my opinion, interdependent. The most readily accepted designation for Orientalism is an academic one, and indeed the label still serves in a number of academic institutions. Anyone who teaches, writes about, or researches the Orient. And this applies whether the person is an anthropologist, sociologist, historian, or philologist. Either in its specific or its general aspects is an Orientalist. And what he or she does is Orientalism. Compared with Oriental studies or area studies, it is true that the term Orientalism is less preferred by specialists today, both because it is too vague and general and because it connotes the high-handed executive attitude of 19th century and early 20th century European colonialism. Nevertheless, books are written and congresses held with the Orient as their main focus, with the Orientalist in this new or old guise as their main authority. The point is that even if it does not survive as it once did, Orientalism lives on academically through its doctrines and theses about the Orient and the Oriental. Related to this academic tradition, whose fortunes, transmigrations, specializations, and transmissions are in part the subject of this study, is a more general meaning for Orientalism. Orientalism is a style of thought based upon an ontological and epistemological distinction made between the Orient and, most of the time, the Occident. Thus, a very large mass of writers, among whom are poets, novelists, philosophers, political theorists, economists, and imperial administrators, have accepted the basic distinction between East and West as the starting point for elaborate theories, epics, novels, social descriptions, and political accounts concerning the Orient, its people, customs, mind, destiny, and so on. This Orientalism can accommodate Aeschylus, say, and Victor Hugo, Dante, and Karl Marx. A little later in this introduction, I shall deal with the methodological problems one encounters in so broadly constructed a field as this. The interchange between the academic and the more or less imaginative meanings of Orientalism is a constant one. And since the late 18th century, there has been a considerable, quite disciplined, perhaps even regulated traffic between the two. Here I come to the third meaning of Orientalism, which is something more historically and materially defined than either of the other two. Taking the late 18th century as a very roughly defined starting point, Orientalism can be discussed and analyzed as the corporate institution for dealing with the Orient. Dealing with it by making statements about it, authorizing views of it, describing it by teaching it, settling it, ruling over it. In short, Orientalism as a Western style for dominating, restructuring, and having authority over the Orient. I have found it useful here to employ Michel Foucault's notion of a discourse as described by him in The Archaeology of Knowledge and in Discipline and Punish to identify Orientalism. My contention is that without examining Orientalism as a discourse, one cannot possibly understand the enormously systematic discipline by which European culture was able to manage and even produce the Orient politically, sociologically, militarily, ideologically, scientifically, and imaginatively during the post-Enlightenment period. Moreover, so authoritative a position did Orientalism have that I believe no one writing, thinking, or acting on the Orient could do so without taking account of the limitations on thought and action imposed by Orientalism. In brief, because of Orientalism, the Orient was not and is not a free subject of thought or action. This is not to say that Orientalism unilaterally determines what can be said about the Orient, but that it is the whole network of interests inevitably brought to bear on and therefore always involved in any occasion when the peculiar entity, the Orient, is in question. How this happens is what this book tries to demonstrate. It also tries to show that European culture gained in strength and identity by setting itself off against the Orient as a sort of surrogate and even underground self. So what I just read is probably one of the most important parts of this introduction, because in this, Said is trying to describe three possible definitions of Orientalism, what he considers Orientalism. And then towards the end of what I just read is, in my opinion, and you might have seen my annotation there, which I placed there as a graduate student, thesis. He articulates the thesis of the book. So what did we learn in this part, right? He gives us the general meaning of Orientalism, right? That anyone who teaches, writes about, writes poetry, administers, anyone who claims some degree of expertise, knowledge, affinity of the Orient can be called an Orientalist. Now, within the colonial domain, these would also be the people who were the administrators, right? And these would be the people who lived in the Oriental colonies. All of these actions or people are the ones he would call Orientalisms. Basically, any set of feelings that sets up this ontological and epistemological difference between the Orient and the Occident. What is the ontological difference? Ontology deals with human existence. So any time someone thinks that these two categories have different kinds of existences as human beings, that's Orientalist. Epistemological, about dealing with knowledge. So anyone who tries to explore the Orient, writes about it, claims expertise in it, could be called an Orientalist. Then he goes on to the academic Orientalism, which is the main subject of his and academic Orientalism are people who call themselves Orientalists. There are Oriental conferences. There are still schools in Europe that call themselves schools of Oriental studies. These are people who consider themselves as experts in an established discipline of Oriental studies and have conferences, produce books, right, and produce a body of knowledge. So these are the academic Orientalists. The second one is in the cultural sense, right? People who think of the Orient a certain way. And there is, according to Said, a lot of correspondence between the two. Of course, the academic Orientalism informs the popular views of the Orient and vice versa. And then the third part, which is crucial to the book, in which he talks about Orientalism being as a corporate institution for dealing with the Orient. What does he mean by dealing with the Orient? Producing knowledge about it, administering it, right? Making it comprehensible to the Europeans, right? Making it intelligible to the Europeans. And this is where now we are going into his use of Michel Foucault and theory of discourse. Now, I strongly recommend that you should read, and I'll post a link up there, watch my video on colonial discourse, but As Foucault describes discourse, right, in Archaeology of Knowledge and two works that Said himself mentions, a discourse is a body of knowledge produced by experts who have institutional prestige behind them, which then creates an atmosphere, a discursive atmosphere, where without knowing it, we internalize the claims and logic of that discourse and see the world through it. The reason he is looking at the third, the Orientalism is a corporate institution because it had bodies of knowledge, universities, colonial enterprises, colonial administrators, writers, anthropologists, poets, constantly producing knowledge about the Orient. Knowledge so far deep that it becomes impossible for people to actually materially experience the Orient and know it. Think of it this way. I always use this example with my students. How does a discourse work? It predisposes you or over-determines the way you think about things. If you buy a travel guide, you're going to Nepal, you buy a travel guide. That travel guide discursively creates your desire, modulates it, and builds your expectations. If that's the only thing you have read about Nepal, when you get there, all you're doing is matching your experience with what you have read. So your experience then becomes meaningful only with reference to the text that informed you about the place that you're visiting. So in certain circumstances, the actual visitation doesn't even alter your views. It sanctifies your stereotypes. That's what he means by Orientalism as a corporate institution. And the reason he's also mentioning that is because that is the body of text that he's going to write about. Now, he tells us that there are different stages of it, right? 18th century representations of the Orient, and then the 19th century representations of the Orient when the European powers already hold most of the Orient, right? And the bodies of work produced by writers, by the local administrators, are the ones that then shape the perception of the Orient in European imagination. But they also create the Orient as this other against which the Europeans can stabilize their own civilizational and individual identities. So that's what comes across to me in this part of the introduction. So let us read the last part of introduction, part 1, and then I'll come back and conclude this conversation. Historically and culturally, there is a quantitative as well as a qualitative difference between the Franco-British involvement in the Orient and, until the period of American ascendancy after the World War II, the involvement of every other European and Atlantic power. To speak of Orientalism, therefore, is to speak mainly, although not exclusively, of a British and French cultural enterprise, a project whose dimensions take in such disparate realms as the imagination itself, the whole of India and the Levant, the biblical text and the biblical lands, the spice trade, colonial armies, and a long tradition of colonial administrators, a formidable scholarly corpus, innumerable Oriental experts and hands, an Oriental professorate, a complex array of Oriental ideas, Oriental despotism, Oriental splendor, cruelty, sensuality, many Eastern sects, philosophies, and wisdoms domesticated for local European use. The list can be extended more or less indefinitely. My point is that Orientalism derives from a particular closeness experienced between Britain and France and the Orient, which until the early 19th century had really meant only India and the Bible lands. From the beginning of the 19th century until the end of World War II, France and Britain dominated the Orient and Orientalism. Since World War II, America has dominated the Orient and approaches it as France and Britain once did. Out of that closeness, whose dynamic is enormously productive, even if it always demonstrates the comparatively greater strength of the Occident, British, French, or American, comes the large body of text I call Orientalist. It should be said at once that even with the generous number of books and authors that I examine, there is a much larger number that I simply have had to leave out. My argument, however, depends neither upon an exhaustive catalogue of texts dealing with the Orient, nor upon a clearly delimited set of texts, authors, and ideas that together make up the Orientalist canon. I have depended instead upon a different methodological alternative whose backbone, in a sense, is the set of historical generalizations I have so far been making in this introduction, and it is these I want now to discuss in more analytical detail. Okay, so this was the last part of part 1 of the introduction that I just read, and before I go into it, I would like to also, I forgot to mention the thesis that I thought as a graduate student was the thesis of the book, which was in the previous reading segment, and I would like to read it and talk about it a bit more. And it's on page 3, and this says, "This is not to say that Orientalism unilaterally determines what can be said about the Orient, but that it is the whole network of interest inevitably brought to bear on any occasion when that peculiar entity, the Orient, is in question. How this happens is what this book tries to demonstrate. It also tries to show that European culture gained in strength and identity by setting itself off against the Orient as a sort of surrogate and even underground self." So what he's trying to say is that, look, one part of this book, one project is to explain how is the place of the Orient over-determined by discourses. Why do the Europeans see it the way? What's its integral importance to the European self-presentation and self-construction as a culture? And that is one project of the book. Then what I just read, I think what came across clearly is he telling us that, okay, early 18th century and 19th century, the Orient was India and the Levant, but it expanded further because of the integral relationship and closeness in the colonial sense of France and Britain to these areas. And that is why what he's saying is, I am restricting my study to French and British colonial occupation of the Orient and their imagination of it. And America is a subject of study, but probably not in this book. Okay. Then what he goes on to say towards the end of this part of the introduction, which, you know, is the role of America since World War II about the other Orient, the Far East. And that is an important part of study too, but not necessarily part of this book. But then, of course, there is a bit of a hedging. What he's saying here is, okay, I'm not giving you an exhaustive account of the text that I've read, right? I've selected certain British and French texts over 300 years that I'm going to read. The point is not even to say that these are the quintessential texts. What he's saying is, the point is that I've made certain generalizations about Europe, that their administrative documents, their romances, their ways of looking at the East, they are all part of a general discourse of the Orient that predisposes the Europeans to see the Orient a certain way. Powerful to a point that people can't really experience the Orient as it is in its material condition, and that was not an accident. Orient was propped up discursively as a place that could be used as this other to stabilize the European self. And this is the point that he's saying he's making a lot of generalizations about. And part 2 of the introduction, he's saying, okay, let me now explain these generalizations to you. And so that's where he goes in part 2 of the introduction, which we'll talk about in the next lecture in this series. So as I said earlier, this is an ambitious project. I don't know when it will end. But to me, as always, I think the journey, as cliche as it is the more significant part of our efforts. So please come and join me in this journey. And the best way you can support this venture is by actually watching the videos, right, reading the text with me, but also by commenting and posting your questions, your suggestions, your ideas if I'm reading something wrong, because I mean, the part of me, the process is for me also to learn from you. So that's all I have to say today. Thank you so much for being a part of this experience. And if you haven't already done so, please do subscribe to the channel. And also, on a side note, please do visit our learning website, masoodraja.com, and see what kind of courses are we developing over there. I could use your support there. Thank you so much. I will see you next time. And until then, peace and love. Welcome to Postcolonial Space. I'm Masood Raja. And today I'm here to continue our conversation and our reading of Edward Said's Orientalism. Now, if you've been watching this series, we've already covered part 1 of the introduction, which you can clearly see. I'll post it up there. And today our plan is to read and talk about part 2 of the introduction to Orientalism. Now, before we move into part 2, we already know briefly, if you watched the first conversation, that in this part, Said has attempted or attempts to explain what precisely is he dealing with in this book, what generalizations that he has assumed and why, and what is the project of the book, right? So, like I did in my first lecture, we'll read parts of the text and then talk about it. And while I do that, while I finish this lecture, of course, you're all welcome to post your questions in the comments. I would really, really appreciate that so that I can build up on that. So we go to the reading. And here is where it starts. I have begun with the assumption that the Orient is not an inert fact of nature. It is not merely there, just as the Occident itself is not just there either. We must take seriously Vico's great observation that men make their own history, that what they can know is what they have made, and extend it to geography as both geographical and cultural entities, to say nothing of historical entities, such locales, regions, geographical sectors as Orient and Occident are man-made. So a little bit of an explanation here. Okay, so he's talking, of course, of Giambattista Vico, right? Now, both Vico and Marx have opined about the idea of men as makers of their own reality and history. But there is a slight difference. The reason he's invoking Vico and not Marx is because in Vico's articulation of assuming how men make their own reality, he uses an ideologist approach. It's based in thinking and thought, whereas in Marx, the explanation is materialistic. So men make their own world because they materially work to do so. So that's the subtle difference, and hence his choice of Vico over Marx, because he is dealing with ideas, right? But the very first thing that he's clarifying here is, one, that the Orient is not an inert body of a place, right? It is as diverse as the Occident itself. And two, let's continue reading, because there are certain clarifications that he's making here, which a lot of critics of Said forget about when they criticize the book. Okay, so it's an actual place, right? There is no denying that. So anyone who attempts to say that Said is basically saying that Orient is a pure construct, they are wrong. So therefore, as much as the West itself, the Orient is an idea that has a history and a tradition of thought, imagery, and vocabulary that have given it reality and presence in and for the West. The two geographical entities thus support and to an extent reflect each other. Okay, so this reflection between the Orient and the Occident is based in physical locations that exist, right? That's the point that he's trying to make over here. But let's go a little further. Having said that, one must go on to state a number of reasonable qualifications to his own statement, right? Why is he making those statements? In the first place, it would be wrong to conclude that the Orient was essentially an idea or a creation with no corresponding reality. Let me read it again. In the first place, it would be wrong to conclude that the Orient was essentially an idea or a creation with no corresponding reality. When Disraeli said in his novel Tankard that East was a career, he meant that to be interested in the East was something bright young Westerners would find to be an all-consuming passion. He should not be interpreted as saying that the East was only a career for Westerns. There were and are cultures and nations whose location is in the East, and their lives, histories, and customs have a brute reality obviously greater than anything that could be said about them in the West. About that fact, this study of Orientalism has very little to contribute except to acknowledge it tacitly. Now, this is one of the most crucial points in the introduction. Look, he starts with telling us, the readers, that he absolutely knows that the Orient actually is a physical space, just as the Occident is, and it's not an inert space, and that it has had its own history, its own people, its own imaginations, right? That must be acknowledged so that one doesn't continue thinking that Orient is just a pure construct made by the Europeans. But what he's also then declaring is that that is not the purpose of this study. He will only tacitly acknowledge that, because he is not trying to tell us the history of the Orient itself, right? That's an important point, because anyone who criticizes Said, especially Orientalism, for not saying much about the Orientals themselves, or some people even blame him for silencing them, forget that he defines it in the very introduction as to what his project is. And his project is not to trace the histories, the writings, and the stories of the so-called Orient. The project is to study Orientalism, right? Except to acknowledge it tacitly. But the phenomena of Orientalism, as I study it here, deals principally not with the correspondence between Orientalism and Orient, but with the internal consistency of Orientalism and its ideas about the Orient, the East as career, despite or beyond any correspondence or lack thereof with the real Orient. My point is that Disraeli's statement about the East refers mainly to that created consistency, that regular constellation of ideas as the preeminent thing about the Orient, and not to its mere being, as Wallace Stevens' phrase has it. Okay, so Wallace Stevens' phrase comes from his collection of essays, The Necessary Angel, right, in which he's talking about imagination, and he famously says that reality is something that we escape through metaphor. You can read the whole book to look further into it. But here is it where precisely what he's saying is, after acknowledging that the Orient does exist, that it has material history and the brute reality of life, right? It has its peoples, it has had nations. But his project is absolutely to read how the Orient is constructed in Western imagination through a thing that he calls Orientalism. That's the project of the book. So if you don't see much of a say about what the Orientals themselves thought about it, that is not the project of the book. And as we read this introduction, it becomes clearer, right? And that's the point I'm trying to highlight in this reading, is that one cannot read Orientalism without looking into the nuances of the text. Okay, a second qualification is that ideas, cultures, and histories cannot seriously be understood or studied without their force, or more precisely, their configuration of power also being studied. So here he's going into any idea that we want to study, may it be colonialism, may it be cultural production. We can't do an atomistic reading of the idea itself or an act itself, right? A full reading of an idea or a concept, a richer reading would always be when we read the power structure within which the idea is produced, namely then the discourse, right? So that is another qualification, that what he's going to do is not just present reality and ideas, but also contend with how power plays a role in it. Without that, Orientalism is not possible. Okay, I'll keep reading. To believe that the Orient was created, or as I call it, orientalized, and to believe that such things happen simply as a necessity of the imagination is to be disingenuous. Why? Because, I mean, individual beings didn't create the Orient, right? The Orient already existed, but there was a power dynamic that made it possible for certain people from Europe to visit the Orient, to write about it, to produce knowledge about it. So that doesn't happen in a vacuum. That happens within a power structure, right? The relationship between Occident and Orient is a relationship of power, of domination, of varying degrees of a complex hegemony, and is quite accurately indicated in the title of K.M. Panekar's classic, Asia and Western Dominance. Now, Panekar was an Indian politician and statesman, and this is one of his books, right? The Orient was orientalized not only because it was discovered to be Oriental in all those ways considered commonplace by an average 19th century European, but also because it could be, that is, submitted to being made Oriental. So here is he reading the power, right? It's not just that Europeans created this view of the Orient and then perpetuated it through a discourse. It's that they had the power to do so. No, he doesn't say it here, or maybe in the later he'll mention it. There is an interview of Edward Said, also available on YouTube, where he talks about this, where he talks about the Napoleonic invasion of Egypt, right? And what he's talking about is that when Napoleon goes there, he doesn't just land there with an army and navy. He also brings with him an army of about 3,000 scholars and scientists, right? And they record Egypt for the European consumption. That's the power that he's talking about. The power to be there, and then the power to record, to inscribe the space that you have just captured where you have power the way you want to do research on it. And Said would say that there is no corresponding experience from the Orient side. You know, they haven't come to United States and captured it and wrote its history. That's the power structure that he's talking about right here. So the Orient can be orientalized because the power structure is such that the European writers, scientists, anthropologists can orientalize it, right? I'll keep reading a little more. Okay. There is very little consent to be found, for example, in the fact that Flaubert's encounter with an Egyptian courtesan produced a widely influential model of the Oriental woman, right? And so this is Flaubert and a couple of others, French writers, building their female characters on the figure of Kuchak Hanem, right? She was a courtesan, right? And how could they do that? She never spoke for herself. She never represented her emotions, presence, or history, right? He spoke for and represented her, Flaubert, right? He was foreign, comparatively wealthy male, and these were historical facts of domination that allowed him not only to possess Kuchak Hanem physically, but to speak for her and tell his readers in what way she was typically Oriental. Okay. My argument is that Flaubert's situation of strength in relation to Kuchak Hanem was not an isolated instance. It fairly stands for the pattern of relative strength between East and West and the discourse about the Orient that it enabled. So here is it, like in the form of an individual exchange, Flaubert meets this courtesan, probably possesses her body, right? But then he makes her into an analog for Oriental women because she doesn't tell her story. No one knows what she had to say about her experience, right? He gets to write about her, to represent her as a typically Oriental courtesan or woman, and then build around it the idea of the Oriental sensual woman. All of that is possible because there is a power difference. The Orientalist, the European, has the power to tell the story, to write it, and to perpetuate it. And this model, right, is the model that the larger discourse of Orientalism also follows, right? Let's go on. This brings us to third qualification. So the first qualification that he made was that he is not suggesting that Orient was purely an idea, that it actually physically existed. The second qualification is that you can't just simply read the instance of something happening. You have to read it within the structure of power within which it is produced. And the third qualification this brings us to the third qualification. One ought never to assert that the structure of Orientalism is nothing more than structure of lies or myths, which were the truth about them to be that would simply blow away. So this argument should never be that this was a myth created out of nowhere, that it was built on lies, because what he's saying is that if everything in it is a lie and is built in fiction, that's a very easy thing to refute. It shouldn't be able to sustain itself. So what must we keep in mind? I myself believe that Orientalism is not particularly valuable as a sign of European Atlantic power or the Orient than it is as a veridic discourse about the Orient, which is what in its academic or scholarly form it claims to be. That it's not just what Orientalism says or does, that it offers itself as a discourse of truth, right? And that is what is important to acknowledge. What is a veridic discourse? A veridic discourse is which claims to be truthful, right? And which has the power to perpetuate itself through institutions of learning and through other institutions, right? Sorry, I'm having a little bit of problem reading because my scan didn't come out good, but I'll keep going. Nevertheless, what we must respect and try to grasp is the sheer knitted together strength of Oriental discourse. Its very close ties to the enabling socioeconomic and political institutions and its redoubtable durability. After all, any system of ideas that can remain unchanged as teachable wisdom in academic books, congresses, universities, foreign service institutes, from the period of Ernest Renan in the late 1840s until the present in the United States, must be something more formidable than a mere collection of lies, right? So what he's suggesting is that this argument that some scholars might make, that this was all a fiction and built on lies, is unsustainable. And it's unsustainable because it has lived on, and no simple lies, flagrant lies, can live on like that in institutions. So what is he saying? Orientalism, therefore, is not an airy European fantasy about the Orient, okay, but a created body of theory and practice in which the many generations there has been a considerable material investment. So once again, that it's not an accident, it's not necessarily built on lies, but it's built on sustained discourse, right? And we already talked about discourse. Continued investment made Orientalism as a system of knowledge about the Orient, an accepted grid for filtering through the Orient into Western consciousness, just as the same investment multiplied, indeed made truly productive, the statements proliferating out from Orientalism into the general culture. So whatever was said, written about the Orient was based in a certain specific discourse, which was powerful enough not just to circulate amongst the academic circles, but made its place in the popular domain as well, right? And then he's going on to Antonio Gramsci, right? Gramsci has made the useful analytic distinction between civil and political society, in which the former is made up of voluntary or at least rational and non-coercive affiliations like schools, families, and unions. The latter of state institution, the army, the police, the central bureaucracy, whose role in the polity is direct domination. So this is his reference to Gramsci's theorization of course, dominance and hegemony, right? I do have a video on dominance and hegemony. I'll post it up as a card. You can watch it. But let's go into it, right? So Antonio Gramsci, while theorizing how power works, right, talks about these two modes in which power works. One is, of course, dominance, which is the brute force of the state, function through the army, through the police. But most of the times he suggests that power works through hegemonic means. And what is that? Hegemony is when an elite, when a powerful elite creates at least an illusion of consent on the part of the people, right? So that they willingly accept the power structure, right? So what he's talking about now in terms of the discourse of Orientalism is that it relies on that kind of hegemonic exchange, right? Culture, of course, is to be found operating within civil society. So Gramsci also divides the society into political and civil society. And then civil society is non-governmental institutions, right? Journalists, writers, artists, and culture is the domain of civil society, right? So culture, of course, is to be found operating within civil society, where the influence of ideas, of institutions, and of other persons works not through domination, but by what Gramsci calls consent, right? I already talked about it. In any society not totalitarian, then certain cultural forms predominate over others, just as certain ideas are more influential than others. The form of this cultural leadership is what Gramsci has identified as hegemony, an indispensable concept for any understanding of cultural life in the industrial West. It is hegemony, or rather the result of cultural hegemony at work, that gives Orientalism the durability and the strength I have been speaking about so far. So these ideas of the Orient then are not necessarily just top down. They become popular, right? And when they become popular, there is a general consensus amongst the people, amongst Europeans, to read and consume these texts and then willingly accept the way the Orient is represented. That is the consent that he's talking about over here, right? That the discourse of Orientalism is hegemonic in nature. It's not top down, it's not forced through government actions, even though governments are involved. It is hegemony, or rather the result of cultural hegemony at work, that gives Orientalism the durability and the strength I have been speaking about so far. Orientalism is never far from what Dennis Hay has called the idea of Europe, a collective notion identifying us European as against all those non-Europeans. And indeed, it can be argued that the major component in European culture is precisely what made that culture hegemonic both in and outside Europe. The idea of European identity as a superior one in comparison with all the non-European peoples and cultures. So this is the hegemonic self-presentation of Europe as superior, as rational, right? And since people have bought into that, then that is what against which they must juxtapose the Orient itself. And then in a way, as a reversal, the Orient comes to stabilize this self-presentation, this idea of the cultural self. But that idea of Europe is also hegemonically produced. There is, in addition, the hegemony of European ideas about the Orient themselves, reiterating European superiority over Oriental backwardness, usually overriding the possibility that a more independent or more skeptical thinker might have had different views on the matter. Okay, so this is crucial. A body of knowledge exists, which is called Orientalism, right? And in the process of defining their own identity, to which Europeans willingly consent as dynamic, as developing, as liberal, whatever you want to call it, hand in hand with that is the construction of the Orient as well, right? So people, while they buy into this idea that they are superior, they are also then being proffered through the discourse of Orientalism, through cultural production within the cultural realm, to internalize the idea of Orient as this other place in opposition to their own European sensibilities, which is all the things that they are not, right? And that is the part of Orientalist discourse. In a quite constant way, Orientalism depends for its strategy on this flexible positional superiority, which puts the Western in a whole series of possible relationships with the Orient without ever losing him the relative upper hand. So the relative inequality of the two situations constantly centers the European self. And why should it have been otherwise, especially during the period of extraordinary European ascendancy from the late Renaissance to the present? The scientist, the scholar, the missionary, the trader, or the soldier was in or thought about the Orient because he could be there or could think about it with very little resistance on the Orient's part. So it's same reference to the power to do what they did, right, as thinkers as well as people traveling through the Orient. Under the general heading of knowledge of the Orient and within the umbrella of Western hegemony over the Orient during the period from the end of the 18th century, there emerged a complex Orient suitable study in the academy, for display in the museums, for reconstruction in the colonial office, for theoretical illustration in anthropological, biological, linguistic, racial, and historical theses about mankind and the universe, for instances of economic and sociological theories of development, revolution, cultural personality, national or religious character. So from the 18th century onward, as Europe expands, along with it emerges East as a career, right? This power to study the Orient as an object of study. That's what he's talking about, right? Additionally, the imaginative examination of things Oriental was based more or less exclusively upon a sovereign Western consciousness out of whose unchallenged centrality an Oriental world emerged. First, according to general ideas about who or what was an Oriental, then according to a detailed logic governed not simply by empirical reality, but by a battery of desires, repressions, investments, and projections. If we can point to great Orientalist works of general scholarship like de Sacy's Chrestomathy Arab or Edward William Lane's, sorry, my French is not good, Edward William Lane's account of the manners and customs of the modern Egyptians, we need also to note that Renan's and Gobineau's racial ideas came out of the same impulse, as did a great many Victorian pornographic novels, right? So this is the power of this discourse, right? The discourse is enabled because the European discursively develop an idea of who they are, right? But along with that, they have the power to define what Orient is discursively, and they internalize that view. Then around that discourse develops a whole body of academic work, the historians, the writers, the travel writers, the novelists. But then there is a whole genre of the Oriental pornographic novel, the penny novels, right? All of this then, in one way or the other, comes together to define and talk about Orient and to imagine the Orient within certain given tropes. And that is what he calls, Orientalism. I hope this is making sense. Okay, and yet one must repeatedly ask oneself whether that matters in Orientalism is the general group of ideas overriding the mass of material, about which who could deny that they were shot through with doctrines of European superiority, various kinds of racisms, imperialism, and the like, dogmatic views of the Oriental as a kind of ideal and unchanging abstraction, or the much more varied work produced by almost unaccountable individual writers whom one would take up as individual instances of authors dealing with the Orient. In a sense, the two alternatives, general and particular, are really two perspectives on the same material. In both instances, one would have to deal with pioneers in the field like William Jones, with great artists like Nerval or Flaubert. And why would it not be possible to employ both perspectives together or one after the other? Isn't there an obvious danger of distortion of precisely the kind that academic Oriental has always been prone to, if either too general or too specific of a level of description is maintained systematically? So, pointing out two things here, right? How ought we to study the Orient? Should we rely on the larger discourses that define the Orient, that give it a name, that give it a feel, right? Within which everyone is producing? Or to do an atomistic reading, to just focus on individual works and see what one person says about it or what the other. These are the two alternatives of studying, and he's basically suggesting what is it that we ought to study. My two fears are distortion and inaccuracy. Okay. If we employ a general mode of reading the Orient or Orientalism, or just a specific mode of reading one or two texts, there are these two fears that emerge. My two fears are distortion and inaccuracy, or rather, the kind of inaccuracy produced by too dogmatic a generality and too positivistic a localized focus, right? So too dogmatic a generality is to read everything in huge generalizations, or to be too atomistic, right? Too positivistic by picking up one or two things, reading them, and maybe extrapolating from them. These are the two things one ought not to do, right? In trying to deal with these problems, I have tried to deal with three main aspects of my own contemporary reality that seem to me to point the way out of the methodological or perspectival difficulties I have been discussing, difficulties that might force one, in the first instance, into writing a coarse polemic on so unacceptably general a level of description as not to be worth the effort, or in the second instance, into writing so detailed and atomistic a series of analysis as to lose all track of the general lines or force informing the field, giving it its special cogency. How then to recognize individuality and to reconcile it with its intelligent and by no means passive or merely dictatorial, general, and hegemonic concept. All right, so we have reached the end of part 2. Let me briefly unpack what he's just saying. So what he's saying is that he foresees two methodological problems in attempting to write about Orientalism. One is if one gets caught in this large generalization of Orientalism and then just writes at that scale, which then could distort the meaning of everything. Or to be so myopic as to read one or two texts and think that they can explain this whole generalization. So there is a problem in choosing either one or the other. And what he is attempting to say then is that let me say how I have found a way out of this dilemma so that I can't be too general and at the same time avoid being too specific and minute in my handling of the materials. That's where part 2 ends. So what has he clarified to us in part 2, right? First of all, that the material Orient did exist, right? And it has always existed. But the project of the book is not to tell the corresponding stories of the Orient, not to make Orient speak for itself, if I could steal Foucault's words about madness, but to study how the Orientalist discourse creates the idea of the Orient. Then he talks about that we can't study this without studying the power structure within which the Orientalist discourse is produced, because part of the reason the Europeans are able to produce that discourse is because they have the power to do so. So part of his study then must also involve a study of that power, right? And then he finally gives us the two methodological problems that he has to contend with. In the meantime, he also teaches us about how Gramsci's theorization of hegemony and consent plays a role in the construction of Orientalism, not just academic, where people willingly accept the premises of the Orientalists, but in the cultural domain, as the knowledge permeates the culture about the Orient, people willingly accept the idea of the Orient as represented to them. And then in the end of the chapter, his question of methodology, whether to be too general or too specific, and how to find a way somewhere in between. And that is what he will discuss in the next part of the introduction. So that's all I have to say today. Now, pretty soon, a playlist will come up. Please click on it and do watch the previous videos and a little more materials that I have. And other than that, if you have any questions about today's discussion or about the past discussions, please post them in the comment section and I'll try to answer them. You might have noticed that our first conversation, there was a question in the comments about the use of the term surrogacy, and I was able to record a brief a lecture on that. So the more you contribute and the more you interact with the materials, the better this discussion is going to be. So that's all I have today. I'll come back with part 3 of the introduction and hope that you will have some questions and you'll show some interest. So until then, thank you so much. And as always, peace and love. Hello, welcome to Postcolonial Space. I'm Masood Raja, and today I will be talking about part 3 of Edward Said's Orientalism introduction in our series on reading Orientalism. Now, if you have followed the lectures in this series, in the previous one, part 2, we had talked about Said towards the end of the part 2 introduction, giving us 3 things that he had to balance in order to write the book or research about Orientalism. And you can watch them up there. Our teaser will come up there. Now, in part 3, he elaborates on those 3 things. So remember, in part 2 of the introduction, he's talking about how it is important to pay attention to the larger generalizations within which a scholar or someone works, but also to focus on the particularities of authors, but not let both these things over-determine one's research and writing. In part 3 of the introduction, he is going into the 3 things that he kept in mind or had to deal with or had to address in order to find out the best way possible of articulating his argument in Orientalism. Today we will only cover from pages 9 to 15, and that gives us the first important thing that he discusses out of the 3 things. So as always, I will read and then we will talk about the text, and then I hope that after we've done that, you will have some questions and comments. And if you do, please do post them below the video when it is on YouTube, and I'll be happy to address those questions. And those questions also enable me to focus these conversations more. So here we go to the first part of our today's reading. I mentioned 3 aspects of my contemporary reality. I must explain and briefly discuss them now so that it can be seen how I was led to a particular course of research and writing. Number 1, the distinction between pure and political knowledge. It is very easy to argue that knowledge about Shakespeare or Wordsworth is not political, whereas knowledge about contemporary China or the Soviet Union is. My own formal and professional designation is that of humanist, a title which indicates the humanities as my field, and therefore the unlikely eventuality that there might be anything political about what I do in the field. Of course, all these labels and terms are quite unnuanced as I use them here. But the general truth of what I'm pointing to is, I think, widely held. One reason for saying that a humanist who writes about Wordsworth or an editor whose specialty is Keats is not involved in anything political is that what he does seems to have no direct political effect upon reality in the everyday sense. So from the very start, now remember, Said published this book in 1978, so he was writing it somewhere probably in 1976, 77. And this dichotomous view, the methodological view, the distinction between those who do humanities and are humanists and those who do political work strictly probably existed in his time, and it still does, right? So the first thing on his mind then is, as he articulates quite clearly and gives it even a subtitle in the introduction, part 3, is to define, what is pure political knowledge and what is humanistic work. So the reason he's starting with the general assumption in, let's say, literary studies that somehow Shakespeare and Wordsworth, when we study them, we just study the text and it has got nothing to do with the politics. And for politics to be pure politics, the work needs to be deeply political. Hence, it must be connected to the field of area studies or Soviet studies or things like that. And that his title as a humanist already decides for him that the kind of work he does will deal with the text, right? That is the dichotomy that he needs to break in order to write Orientalism, because a lot of his claim depend on that nothing that we write is detached from politics, right? And that's where he's going with this. Now think of it this way, wherever you work, right? There are people still who believe in this idea that somehow politics is not what we do in literature departments. Our job is to teach texts and talk about them. I mean, famously, even Stanley Fish tries to teach us that we should save the world in our own time, right? And the classroom time is to give our students what we promise them to give, an understanding of literary text, as if literary text can be detached from the existential realities of the world. But that is the assumption that we work on. I mean, a personal anecdote, I once had a colleague who very seriously asked me that, will I continue doing public scholarship or would I focus on something purely humanistic that deals with literature? And, I was being polite. I didn't answer to this person that what I do is also humanistic scholarship. But this person absolutely believed that the kind of scholarship that I do did not really necessarily qualify as humanistic scholarship. So that distinction in so many departments of literature still holds, right? And it is considered not necessarily good if your work is political in one way or the other. It's considered as if that is something that we as humanists do not do. So that is the distinction that he's talking about. And we'll find out as we read what's at stake, right? If he doesn't disrupt that binary, a work like Orientalism is not possible, right? That's where he's going with it. But let's read on. Okay, so a scholar whose field is Soviet economics works in a highly charged area where there is much government interest, and what he might produce in the way of studies or proposals will be taken up by policymakers, government officials, institutional economists, intelligence experts. Okay. So the distinction, what he's saying is, where was I? Sorry. Works in highly charged area where there is much government interest, right? The distinction between humanists and persons whose work has policy implications or political significance can be broadened further by saying that the former's ideological color is a matter of incidental importance to politics, although possibly of great moment to his colleagues in the field who may object to his Stalinism or fascism or too easy liberalism, whereas the ideology of the latter is woven directly into his material. So we already know that the former here is the humanist, right? And the latter is the person who does Soviet Union studies. Sorry, I seem to have lost the page here. My own formal and professional, okay, so a scholar whose field is Soviet works in a highly charged area, right? Now, the distinction between humanists and persons whose work has policy implications or political significance can be broadened further by saying that the former's ideological color is a matter of incidental importance to politics, whereas the ideology of the latter is woven directly into his material. Indeed, economics, politics, and sociology in the modern academy are ideological sciences and therefore taken for granted as being political. So he's still working with these two distinctions and what are the assumptions behind it, right? So if you are a humanist, it is assumed, first of all, that your work would have no immediate political implications and certainly no impact on the politics around you, right? On the other hand, if you are a sociologist or a social scientist who works on an area of expertise, let's say if you work on Soviet Union, which was Soviet Union when the book was being written, then it is immediately understood that your work is of immediate significance, that your position is ideological because you are dealing with ideological issues, and that whatever you produce or write will have larger implications in the world because the policymakers will read it. People who have the power to change things will read it. And that is the distinction that is kept when people define humanists in opposition to, let's say, social scientists who work on real life issues. Now, that is one thing that Said has to keep in mind while writing Orientalism, right? And that is one binary that he also has to disrupt, this expectations that if you're a humanist, if you're doing literary scholarship, you only talk about literature. That overdetermined in so many ways by the profession itself. And if you do that, if you follow it, you're considered a serious professional. And if you somehow become political, you are less respected. So that's one distinction that he has to deal with. Another thing that he has to deal with is the question of ideology itself, right? And subjectivity, right? So when humanists believe that they deal with literary texts without politics, what they're also asserting that they can take a non-ideological position. Here is a work of art. I am reading it. That act of reading is apolitical, right? Whereas the social scientists, the economists who study different realistic phenomena in the world already are positioned subjects. They are in an ideology and are using that to read politics or economy, right? And that distinction is what he is now trying to disrupt, right? To create space as a humanist, right? To write in a way where he can acknowledge that no matter how objective he wants to be, one can't really be deeply objective. Okay, so I will continue reading, and I apologize because as I scroll up and down the text, I sometimes lose sight of where I am, so please bear with me. So here we go, reading further. Knowledge produced in the contemporary West, and here I speak mainly about the United States, is that it be non-political, that is scholarly, academic, impartial, above partisan or small-minded doctrinal belief. One can have no quarrel with such an ambition in theory, perhaps, but in practice the reality is much more problematic. No one has ever devised a method for detaching the scholar from the circumstances of life, from the fact of his involvement, conscious or unconscious, with a class, a set of beliefs, a social position, or from the mere activity of being a member of a society. These continue to bear on what he does professionally, even though naturally enough, his research and its fruits do attempt to reach a level of relative freedom from the inhibitions and the restrictions of brute everyday reality. For there is such a thing as knowledge that is less rather than more partial than the individual, with his entangling and distracting life circumstances, who produces it. Yet this knowledge is not therefore automatically non-political. Whether discussions of literature or of classical philology are fraught with or have unmediated political significance is a very large question that I have tried to treat in some detail elsewhere. And there's a footnote here. And this is a reference to a book that was entitled differently at the time Orientalism came out, but it is in The World, the Text, the Critic, where he talks about the filiative and affiliative structures, and I strongly recommend that you should read it. So I continue. What I'm interested in doing now is suggesting how the general liberal consensus that true knowledge is fundamentally non-political, and conversely that overtly political knowledge is not true knowledge, obscures the highly, if obscurely, organized political circumstances obtaining when knowledge is produced. No one is helped in understanding this today when the adjective political used as a label to discredit any work for daring to violate the protocol of pretended supra-political objectivity. So what I just read, what comes across very clearly is he's trying to articulate what is considered a pure pursuit of humanistic knowledge, right? And what impinges on it. That's the very first sentence, right? Especially in the United States. And what he's saying is that by and large, what is expected out of a writer or a scholar is that their work will be apolitical. And that if it becomes political, it is somehow looked badly upon, right? And it is assumed in humanities education that our knowledge is pure and true because it is not caught in the contingencies of life or exigencies of life, right? It's not contingent upon politics, right? And that is the binary structure between humanities and social sciences that he's trying to disrupt here. And he says, look, I have written about it extensively. And the footnote number 5 refers to a different title. That book actually eventually got published as The World, the Text, and the Critic, right? And that's the book in which he discusses the concept of affiliation and filiation and worldliness, right? I do have a video on worldliness which you should watch, but the idea is, and I'm roughly paraphrasing Said here, what he suggests there is the texts, even in their most rarefied forms, are worldly because they exist in the world, right? They are composed by people who exist in the world, and they are read by people who exist in the world, and both the politics of the reader and the writer bear upon an act of reading. But what he's trying to highlight in this passage is that there is a general belief or tendency in at least humanities that the only true knowledge is the knowledge that is not political. But the important sentence here, no one has ever devised a method for detaching the scholar from the circumstances of life, right? So we write from where we exist, right? Sometimes we are aware of our own ideology and our politics, and maybe we can go beyond that, but there is no objective way of writing. That idea that writing and teaching literature can be simply objective is a politics, is a fiction, right? And that's what he's trying to highlight. But then he also says and talks about how being political in your work can be used by your colleagues and by people in your field to tell you that your work is not important enough because it's not pure knowledge, it is political. I told you that story about one of my colleagues asking me if I would write anything that is not political or public. So, in this part of the introduction, remember, our title is The Distinction Between Pure and Political Knowledge. So he's first trying to explain to us how does it exist, why does it exist, and how it is impossible to have this distinction, but that most humanities scholars believe in it, that we need to be objective, right? And we need to be apolitical, right? Because his project, first of all, there is a two-pronged approach here. First of all, he's trying to defend himself against the same charge that your work is political by suggesting that there is no apolitical position, and being apolitical itself is a political position. And two, what he's saying is, why not? Why cannot we read, as he had mentioned in part 2 of the introduction, the general superstructure or discourse within which our subjectivities are produced, and then read the knowledge that we produce with the knowledge that so much of what we do is overdetermined by things outside of it, and then look at the individual acts of cultural production, right? And so overall, political, when he's writing the book, and to some extent even now, is used to deride the work of humanities scholars who delve into it, right? That's what he's writing about, this assumption that somehow good knowledge or pure knowledge in humanities inherently has to be apolitical. And what he's challenging is that there is no apolitical knowledge, and that distinction should not apply. So that's the part we read. Let's move on to the next part. We may say first that civil society recognizes a gradation of political importance in the various fields of knowledge. To some extent, the political importance given a field comes from the possibility of its direct transactions into economic terms. But to a greater extent, political importance comes from the closeness of a field to ascertaining sources of power in political society. Thus, an economic study of long-term Soviet energy potential and its effect on military capability is likely to be commissioned by the Defense Department, and thereafter to acquire a kind of political status impossible for a study of Tolstoy's early fiction, financed in part by a foundation. Yet both works belonged in what civil society acknowledges to be a similar field, Russian studies. Even though one work may be done by a very conservative economist, the other by a radical literary historian. So let's dwell on here. Why does he have to go to this idea? Okay, first of all, that the political significance of the work, first of all, in the first instance, is economic, right? That if it can transform into some kind of economic gain, then it's considered significant. But also, the second point that he's talking about is that its significance, long-term potential, for various other fields, but how could it also be used in the realm of politics? So he gives you an example. Let's say someone who does Russia studies does a study of Russian economic potential, which has a direct bearing on the political fortunes of United States, and it will be read as a political work, and it will be used as a political work. Whereas, and it has to have a wider political reach. Whereas in the cultural realm, if someone writes a book on Tolstoy, right, it may not have the same impact. It may not even be political, but there is one term under which both of those fall, and that is Russian study. And why is he giving us that? Because he, as we progress in the book, he's reading communiques, literary texts, travelogues, historical accounts, right? So what he's trying to then teach us here is that, look, when I go and read those histories and novels and travelogues and poems, I'm reading them together in a work politically because they have political implications, but also they all can be brought together under the general rubric of Orientalism or Oriental studies, just as study of Tolstoy and Russian Soviet economy can be dealt under one register of Russian studies. So that, according to my reading, is why he is dwelling on this topic. So let's, sorry, I keep coming back. Let's continue reading. My point here is that Russia, as a general subject matter, has political priority over nicer distinctions such as economics and literary history, because political society in Gramsci's sense reaches into such realms of civil society as the academy and saturates them with significance of direct concern to it. Okay, so remember, in the earlier part of the introduction, he talks about Antonio Gramsci and his distinction between the political society, right, and the civic society. The civic society is the institutions, the poets, the writers, right, anyone outside of government. What he's trying to say here is that the reason I'm using the term Russian studies is that even what is done in the realm of culture eventually is either in support, directly or indirectly, of the political society, or can be incorporated in that project. So just as people can do that with the works of Tolstoy and economic study of Soviet Union, it serves the purpose of the political society and eventually political power. Similarly, Orientalism, as we will learn as we read the book, it might even be cultural, it might even be art, but at the end of the day, as a discourse, it enables the political structure of colonialism and imperialism. That's the distinction I think he's trying to make here. Let's read on. I do not want to press all this any further on general theoretical grounds. It seems to me that the value and credibility of my case can be demonstrated by being much more specific in the way, for example, Noam Chomsky has studied the instrumental connection between the Vietnam War and the notion of objective scholarship as it was applied to cover state-sponsored military research. Now, because Britain, France, and recently the United States are imperial powers, their political societies impart to their civil societies a sense of urgency, a direct political infusion, as it were, where and whenever matters pertaining to their imperial interests abroad are concerned. I doubt that it is controversial, for example, to say that an Englishman in India or Egypt in the later 19th century took an interest in those countries that was never from their status in his mind as British colonies. To say this may seem quite different from saying that all academic knowledge about India and Egypt is somehow tinged and impressed with, violated by the gross political fact. And yet that is what I'm saying in this study of Orientalism. For it is true that no production of knowledge in the human sciences can ever ignore or disclaim its author's involvement as a human subject in his own circumstances. Then it must also be true that for a European or American studying the Orient, there can be no disclaiming the main circumstances of his actuality, that he comes up against the Orient as a European or American first, as an individual second. So here we are. This is the crux. How has he gotten us here? First of all, by telling us that this distinction between apolitical knowledge and political knowledge is fictitious, but it is used, right? Two, even when work is being done in economic sphere, which could be immediately relevant to the powers that be, and cultural sphere, they all can be grouped together under one general area of Russian studies, just as Orientalism, right? And then the biggest claim, is it possible for, in the 19th century, for a European, French, or British, or Italian to interact with the Orient simply as an individual? That's the question. What he's trying to say is that the discourse of Orientalism that predisposes these Europeans to view the Orient as an object of study, as a place that they control politically, but also in their mind, When they come into contact with it, they come into contact with it as British citizens first, as French citizens first, and then as artists and human beings. Similarly, looking at America as an imperial power, if you live in the United States and if you have internalized this discourse that this is what our policy in Middle East is, this is what we think of Cuba, then your encounter with those places, even when you're there as a scholar or as a visitor, is first as an American and then as a human being. And that American view is discursively produced because your subjectivity is produced as an imperial subject. Now, he had given us a reference to Chomsky's book. I'll put a link to Chomsky's book down there, but it's also in the footnotes. And that's exactly what Chomsky does in his book. It, I think, came out in 1966, where he's basically saying that there is no distinction between cultural work and work in direct support of the military, because the situation was such that people even doing cultural work were looking at the situation, journalists, from the point of view of US interest, right? So there is no objective reporting. So that's what empirical research that he's relying on. All right, so I will stop here, take a break, and then I'll come back and read some more. And my hope is to get to page 15, where he finishes the argument about the first thing that he had to consider. Remember, we're talking about the distinction between pure knowledge and political knowledge. So I'll be back in a minute. Reading on. And to be a European or an American in such a situation is not, by no means an inert fact. It meant and means being aware, however dimly, that one belongs to a power with definite interest in the Orient, and more important, that one belongs to a part of the earth with a definite history of involvement in the Orient, almost since the time of Homer. Put in this way, these political actualities are still too undefined and general to be really interesting. One would agree to them without necessarily agreeing also that they mattered very much, for instance, to Flaubert as he wrote Salammbô, or to H.A.R. Gibbs as he wrote Modern Trends in Islam. The trouble is that there is too great a distance between the big dominant fact, as I have described it, and the details of everyday life that govern the minute discipline of a novel or a scholarly text as each is being written. Yet if we eliminate from the start any notion that big facts like imperial domination can be applied mechanically and deterministically to such complex matters as culture and ideas, then we will begin to approach an interesting kind of study. My idea is that European and then American interest in the Orient was political according to some of the obvious historical accounts of it, and that I have given here, but that it was the culture that created that interest, that acted dynamically along with brute political, economic, and military rationales to make the Orient the varied and complicated place that it obviously was in the field I call Orientalism. Therefore, Orientalism is not a mere political subject matter or field that is reflected passively by culture, scholarship, or institutions, nor is it a large and diffuse collection of texts about the Orient, nor is it representative and expressive of some nefarious Western imperialist plot to hold down the Orient world. It is rather a distribution of geopolitical awareness into aesthetic, scholarly, economic, sociological, historical, and philological text. It is an elaboration not only of a basic geographical distinction, the world is made up of two unequal halves, Orient and Occident, but also of a whole series of interests which by such means as scholarly discovery, philological reconstruction, psychological analysis, landscape and sociological description, it not only creates but also maintains. It is, rather than expresses a certain will or intention to understand, in some cases to control, manipulate, even to incorporate what is a manifestly different or alternative and novel world. It is above all a discourse that is by no means in direct corresponding relationship with political power in the raw, but rather is produced and exists in an uneven exchange with various kinds of power, shaped to a degree by the exchange with power political, as with the colonial and imperial establishment, power intellectual, as with reigning sciences like comparative linguistics or anatomy or any of modern policy sciences, power cultural, as with orthodoxies and canons of taste, text, values, power moral, as with ideas about what we do and what they cannot do or understand as we do. Indeed, my real argument is that Orientalism it is and does not simply represent a considerable dimension of modern political intellectual culture, and as such has less to do with the Orient than it does with our world. So here we are. We have kind of reached the crux of his argument about what he thinks Orientalism is and what is the role of culture, right? So first of all, he's reversing one maybe general assumption that politics creates cultures. So what he's saying is, no, it's not a culture passively reflecting the politics. It's the culture that is in unequal relationship with different kinds of powers, like the intellectual power where it produces knowledge, right, academics and all, the aesthetic power where it produces novels and literature, right, power political where it works with administrations and all. But overall, ultimately, Orientalism is a project of culture, right? And when that and when you look at his explanation of all the things that he associates with Orientalism, you cannot really understand it without understanding how a discourse works, right? There is a body of knowledge. There are people who practice it. There are institutions of prestige, conferences, and all that. So Orientalism then just doesn't just rely on one trope or essentialization of the natives, right? It's a combination of different aspects of culture in different kinds of texts that comes to bear upon the individual and collective subjectivities of the Occident, right? And for example, in American scene, the Americans. But here, let me read it again. My real argument is that Orientalism is and does not simply represent a considerable dimension of modern political intellectual culture, and as such has less to do with the Orient than it does with our world. So here is Said laying it out very clearly, suggesting that Orientalism isn't just this side discourse or a discipline on the side, right? That it has been the reigning discourse which has shaped, first of all, the culture, the aesthetics, the poetics, but also the ordering and way of thinking about the Orient, but in the process defining the West's own self-presentation. So what he's then saying is that Orientalism doesn't just define the Orient for the Occident, but that it itself becomes a defining characteristic, a defining discourse for the West itself. How does he prove that? Or of course, we have to read the book, but let's see what he says in the next pages. Because Orientalism is a cultural and political fact, then it does not exist in some archival vacuum. Quite the contrary, I think it can be shown that what is thought, said, or even done about the Orient follows, perhaps occurs within certain distinct and intellectually knowable lines. Here too, a considerable degree of nuance and elaboration can be seen working as between the broad superstructural pressures and the details of composition, the facts of textuality. Most humanistic scholars are, I think, perfectly happy with the notion that texts exist in context, and there is such a thing as intertextuality, that the pressures of conventions, predecessors, and rhetorical styles limit what Walter Benjamin once called the overtaxing of the productive person in the name of the principle of creativity, in which the poet is believed on his own and out of his pure mind to have brought forth his work. Yet, there is a reluctance to allow that political, institutional, and ideological constraints act in the same manner on the individual author. A humanist will believe it to be an interesting fact to any interpreter of Balzac that he was influenced in the Comédie Humaine by the conflict between Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire and Cuvier. But the same sort of pressure on Balzac of deeply reactionary monarchism is felt in some vague way to demean his literary genius and therefore to be less worth serious study. Similarly, as Harry Bracken has been tirelessly showing, philosophers will conduct their discussions of Locke, Hume, and empiricism without ever taking into account that there is an explicit connection in those classic writers between their philosophical doctrines and racial theory. Justifications of slavery or arguments for colonial exploitation. These are common enough ways by which contemporary scholarship keeps itself pure. Perhaps it is true that most attempts to rub culture's nose in the mud of politics have been crudely iconoclastic. Perhaps also the social interpretation of literature in my own field has simply not kept up with the enormous technical advances in the detailed textual analysis. But there is no getting away from the fact that literary studies in general and American Marxist theorists in particular have avoided the effort of seriously bridging the gap between the superstructural and the base levels in textual historical scholarship. On another occasion, I have gone so far as to say that the literary cultural establishment as a whole has declared the serious study of imperialism and culture off limits. So obviously, the question in the paragraphs that I just read is then also a question still on the same lines, right? What he's trying to articulate is the question of politics and culture. But what he's trying to suggest here is that there are two aspects of looking at literary text, right? What he calls the superstructure and what he calls the base. Now, he's using those in culturalist terms, but superstructure for him is the larger discursive structures in which an individual artist produces some work, right? And his examples of Balzac and others are, what he's trying to suggest here is that while literary humanists and literary critics, and his field is comparative literatures, are by and large okay with putting a literary text within its immediate context. So if there is a political debate going on, and if it is operative within a text, let's say in Balzac, they would agree that that has an impact on the text. What they are still reluctant, according to Said, to admit is that one could be incorporated as a person within a larger superstructure of thinking about things, and that that can have a bearing on how one represents and how one writes. And that's why there is that quote from Walter Benjamin, which is about the question of genius, and does the individual bring his or her work to the world, or are there any enabling conditions where he or she lives that enables an author to create a work? That's the distinction. And as he goes into the critique of the philosophers, the same question is applied there, right? This tendency, even in philosophy, to say, okay, we know he was a Nazi sympathizer, but that doesn't undermine Heidegger's philosophy, right? Not necessarily just that, but as Derrida points out when he writes his critique of Heidegger, right? Derrida said, the basic argument is it's very simple to say that Heidegger is a Nazi sympathizer. There are texts out there, just as Orientalism is real and not just archival because it functions, right? But what Derrida says is that in order to write about it, you have to invent a new language. So in Off Spirit, when Derrida writes his critique of Heidegger, what he ultimately ends up proving is that Heidegger is caught within his own philosophy, that there is no other option for him within that philosophy other than becoming, right, a Nazi sympathizer. So that's philosophical work, but it looks, so in order to read that, I'm not saying Derrida looks at the infrastructure, but at least he looks at the infrastructure of Heidegger's thought, of superstructure, I mean. So the emphasis in this part still is in trying to suggest that culture is inextricably linked with politics, that it sometimes drives politics, but there is a tendency in the humanities especially to assume that the larger structures and discourses within which literature is produced are not operative, right? And that is one way in which the humanist and literary scholars, according to Said, can still maintain the fiction of pure knowledge. Now remember, this section and this entire lecture and reading has been about one aspect of what he had to think about while writing Orientalism, and that was the distinction, artificial now that it sounds, now that we have read Said, between pure knowledge and political knowledge. And in this section, he's pointing out that even when the scholars do acknowledge the immediate context of the novel, where they fail is in acknowledging that there can be larger, discursive, superstructural aspects of reality in which the work is produced, which can shape the perception of the author and the reader and actually are operative in a work. So that's what, according to my view, well, and there is a reference there that he will mount a critique of Marxist scholars even who have not taken that into account. Now, it was probably published before Jameson published The Political Unconscious, right? And then a lot else has happened in literary studies since 1978. So I would say that, you know, the work-rest Marxist and also the works of people like Antonio Negri and all the others, Carlo Vercellone, these Franco Berardi, and even Althusser to some point later, Althusser, that aspect of Marxism and works of Terry Eagleton already are engaged and probably were engaged during Said's own time in reading the impact of larger superstructures. The only difference would be that because there is an acute reading of determination in the last instance, right? That famously what Marx said is that in the last instance, it's economics that even determines the culture. And there is that reversal here where Said is saying, no, culture actually drives politics in an unequal relationship with different kinds of powers, what we read in the previous passage. So that was my understanding of the passage that I just read. So let's move on and read the final part of today's lecture. For Orientalism brings one up directly against that question, that is, to realizing that political imperialism governs an entire field of study, imagination, and scholarly institutions in such a way as to make its avoidance into an intellectual and historical impossibility. Yet there will always remain the perennial escape mechanism of saying that a literary scholar and a philosopher, for example, are trained in literature and philosophy respectively, not in politics or ideological analysis. In other words, the specialist argument can work quite effectively to block the larger and, in my opinion, the more intellectually serious perspective. Here, it seems to me there is a simple two-part answer to be given, at least so far as the study of imperialism and culture or Orientalism is concerned. In the first place, nearly every 19th century writer, and the same is true enough of writers in earlier periods, was extraordinarily well aware of the fact of empire. This is a subject not very well studied, But it will not take a modern Victorian specialist long to admit that liberal cultural heroes like John Stuart Mill, Arnold, Carlyle, Newman, Macaulay, Ruskin, George Eliot, and even Dickens had definite views on race and imperialism, which are quite easily to be found at work in their writing. So even a specialist must deal with the knowledge that Mill, for example, made it clear in On Liberty and Representative Government that his views there could not be applied to India. He was in India office functionary for a good deal of his life after all, because the Indians were civilizationally, if not racially, inferior. The same kind of paradox is to be found in Marx, as I try to show in this book. In the second place, to believe that politics in the form of imperialism bears upon the production of literature, scholarship, social theory, and history writing is by no means equivalent to saying that culture is therefore a demeaned or denigrated thing. Quite the contrary. My whole point is to say that we can better understand the persistence and the durability of saturating hegemonic systems like culture when we realize that their internal constraints upon writers and thinkers are productive, not unilaterally inhibiting. It is this idea that Gramsci certainly and Foucault and Raymond Williams in their very different ways have been trying to illustrate. Even 1 or 2 pages by Williams on the uses of the empire in the long revolution tell us more about 19th century cultural richness than many volumes of hermetic textual analysis. Therefore, I study Orientalism as a dynamic exchange between individual authors and the large political concerns shaped by the 3 great empires, British, French, American, in whose intellectual and imaginative territory the writing was produced. What interests me most as a scholar is not the gross political verity, but the detail, as indeed what interests us in someone like Lane or Flaubert or Renan is not the, to him, indisputable truth that Occidentals were superior to Orientals, but the profoundly worked over and modulated evidence of his detailed work within the very wide space opened up by that truth. One need not only remember that Lane's Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians is a classic of historical and anthropological observation because of its style, its enormously intelligent and brilliant details, not because of its simple reflection of racial superiority, to understand what I'm saying here. The kind of political questions raised by Orientalism then are as follows. What other sorts of intellectual, aesthetic, scholarly, and cultural energies went into the making of an imperialist tradition like the Orientalist one? How did philology, lexicography, history, biology, political and economic theory, novel writing, and lyric poetry come to the service of Orientalism's broadly imperialist view of the world? What changes, modulations, refinements, even revolutions take place within Orientalism? What is the meaning of originality, of continuity, of individuality in this context? How does Orientalism transmit or reproduce itself from one epoch to another? In fine, how can we treat the cultural, historical phenomena of Orientalism as a kind of willed human work, not of mere unconditioned rationation? In all its historical complexity, detail, and worth, without at the same time losing sight of the alliance between cultural work, political tendencies, the state, and the specific realities of domination. Governed by such concerns, a humanistic study can responsibly address itself to politics and culture. But this is not to say that such a study establish a hard and fast rule about the relationship between knowledge and politics. My argument is that each humanistic investigation must formulate the nature of that connection in the specific context of the study, the subject matter, and its historical circumstances. So quite a lot is packed in these last paragraphs about the first question that he's trying to answer, right? The distinction between pure knowledge and political knowledge. And as you read, and if you have read with me, the question still remains the same, right? Is what kind of evidence is there to suggest, while reading these texts, right, from different fields of knowledge, that they all were produced within a larger power structure, right? And that juxtaposition that he makes with willed human work, right, as opposition to just accidentally reasoning about something. So what he's saying is that not only did people make an effort to write about different parts of the world, they had already internalized the logic that they are imperial citizens and these are their colonies, and that is really operative in these writings. So hence, the role of scholarship is to see that conversation between culture and politics. Then he goes on to suggest that not all of this was negative, that this experience of Orientalism was also productive. For that, he is relying on, of course, Foucault's work mostly, Foucault's work on how power works and how power is also productive because it produces its own resistances, right? And we have to read our Foucault to understand that. On the superstructural level readings of a literary text in opposition to what the specialist argument is. What he refers to as a specialist argument is actually an argument where people will come and tell you, well, we are trained to read literary texts, right? That's what we do, that's what we teach. It's not our job to look at the larger discourses within which the literary texts are produced. So that's the argument against which he's saying, well, if that's your argument, then a few pages of Raymond Williams' The Long March and Long Revolution are richer in context than your work, because what Williams does is give a larger context within which literary texts are produced. So the tension is still the same. The individual composition that he previously mentions and the larger structures within which that composition is made. Now, if we buy into the idea of authorial genius and the genius bringing a work to fruition, then we can't account for the politics and culture within which that work is produced, right? But what he's saying, let's account for that. And that leads him to the questions about Orientalism, right? What kind of aesthetic, politics, research were at play in establishing and stabilizing the discourse of Orientalism, right? How did different disciplines that he names participate in it, right? What kind of revolutionary challenges were posed to it? And then what is it historically that enables Orientalism to go from one century to another and still stay a stable body of work? He's also very careful. He's saying, okay, if we read Lane, Edward William Lane's work, we're not saying he is relying on, half-truths. I mean, the quality of the work is amazing. It's beautiful. It's well written. What he is trying to trace is that what is it in the world where Lane is working which constitutes his thought a certain way that he only sees the Orient, as inferior to Europe. And that mentality, that way of looking at the Orient is what he's saying is produced through the Orientalist discourse. Then, towards the end of this section, his argument is that he says, well, I think we can do both. We can read text within their cultural context, but we can also do political work and see what is the politics behind a text or around a text or within a text, right? So what he's trying to break then in this section of the introduction is this generalized assumption on the part of humanities, especially, that we are readers of the text, and somehow if we do political readings of the text, we are not necessarily doing good humanistic work. That's the distinction he's trying to disrupt, right? And articulate why there is a necessity to read the larger political structures within which literature is produced, and that in so many ways culture itself also produces politics, enables it. And Orientalism is that larger cultural, political, academic discourse that he's going to study. Why does he need to do that? I mean, think of it, he's publishing in 1977. He's already anticipating that his work may not be taken seriously because it's too political, right? Because it's relying on this huge construct instead of just going to one or two specific texts, because that is the tradition against which he is working. So in this first part of the introduction, then, one obvious objection to his work that could have come about his work not being pure academic scholarship but rather politics, that's the one that he's trying to challenge and create a space for Orientalism, his book, to come across as a serious work, not necessarily by its own intensity, but by Said himself challenging the basic assumption of humanistic studies of keeping culture and politics separate, right? So that's kind of my conclusion of this lecture. And this we are still in part 3 of the introduction, and we will now move on to discussing his second point in the next conversation. So I'm enjoying this experience. I know it can get a little boring, but please do also keep in mind that it takes me a lot of time to prepare these things, right? So if this is a 40 minutes lecture or a 1 hour lecture, I can promise you that I spent about 8 to 10 hours on it. So I would deeply appreciate it if you would interact with this, if you would add your questions, comments, tell me, let me know if you like it, let me know what else you want me to do, but become a part of the conversation, and that would enable me to continue doing this, because we all need that recognition from outside of ourselves. So that's all from today. We have now covered up to page 15 in the introduction, and next time when I come to you, I will be reading from page 16 onwards, another part of part 3 of Edward Said's introduction to Orientalism. Thank you so much, and I'll see you next time. Hello, welcome to Postcolonial Space. I'm Masood Raja, and today we'll continue our conversation about Edward Said's Orientalism Introduction Part 3. And I will start from page 15, bottom of the page, and then end today's conversation on page 19. Now this is the second point in part 3 that Said is trying to explain. Now remember, what he has said is that he had to deal with 3 aspects of the reality as a scholar in which he existed. In the previous lecture, which you can watch up there, we talked about his explanation of the difference between pure knowledge and scientific knowledge, and how that distinction is maintained in humanities, and how he needed to explain that because his work, Orientalism, transgresses those kind of definitions. Now, the second section in part 3 is called the methodological question. And in this section, he is going to explain various aspects of the method that he is employed in this book. Of course, part of the reason also is that that is one ground upon which he can be criticized and attacked. So he starts the discussion by basically, first of all, explaining why does he choose a certain point in history to start his study of Orientalism, right? The question of beginning. And then in the later part, he tries to then explain as to why he is focusing mostly on French, American, and British works, and within that certain specific works, and why not the German Orientalist works. And that's part of his explanation in terms of his method. Now, as a scholar, I mean, other than the rich materials included in these discussions, what we also can learn with our own work is that these questions are the questions that we ourselves need to pose to our own work, especially if we are doing any kind of scholarly work that engages in the larger superstructural debates of how things are done. I just realized I just finished my manuscript for my next forthcoming book. I just finished revising it, and this very question of inclusion, why have I included certain texts, was a big question even on my mind. And of course, I don't think I myself that I work on that level as Edward Said, but that this methodological question is crucial. So as I've done before, I'll read parts of the text and then come back and we'll talk about it. So here I go, I'm going to read the first couple of passages and then come back to talk about it. In a previous book, I gave a good deal of thought and analysis to the methodological importance for work in the human sciences of finding and formulating a first step, a point of departure, a beginning principle. A major lesson I learned and tried to present was that there is no such thing as a merely given or simply available starting point. Beginnings have to be made for each project in such a way as to enable what follows for them. Nowhere in my experience has the difficulty of this lesson been more consciously lived. With what success or failure I cannot really say than in this study of Orientalism. The idea of beginning, indeed the act of beginning, necessarily involves an act of delimitation, by which something is cut out of a great mass of material, separated from the mass, and made to stand for as well as be a starting point, a beginning. For the student of text, one such notion of inaugural delimitation is Louis Althusser's idea of the problematic, a specific determinate unity of a text or group of texts which is something given rise to by analysis. Yet in the case of Orientalism, as opposed to the case of Marxist texts, which is what Althusser studies, there is not simply the problem of finding a point of departure or problematic, but also the question of designating which texts, authors, and periods are the one best suited for study. So from the very start, the first question he's trying to answer is the question of beginning in terms of the method. And he starts with a reference to one of his other books, and that's the book, right? Beginning, Intentions, and Method. This is the book in which Said philosophically tries to answer the question of beginning itself, right? And here I will read the first beginning lines of the book. The problem of beginning is one of those problems that, if allowed to, will confront one with equal intensity on a practical and on a theoretical level. Every writer knows that the choice of a beginning for what he will write is crucial, not only because it determines much of what follows, but also because a work's beginning is, practically speaking, the main entrance to what it offers. So the question of beginning is crucial, right? So in order to explain the existential and philosophical reality within which he is writing the book, he must then invoke the question of beginning. Where is he starting the beginning of Orientalism and why? Right? He also refers to in this paragraph to Althusser, right? And the question of the problematic. Now that comes from Althusser's reading of Marx, right? And while reading, and the book is called For Marx, right? While reading that, Althusser theorizes the question of the problematic. And I'm going to kind of just read what it means. Now, a word or concept cannot be considered in isolation. It only exists in the theoretical or ideological framework in which it is used. It's problematic, right? So Said is saying is that what I'm trying to explain to you is kind of akin to Louis Althusser's idea of the problematic, because when he is reading Marx and his texts, he can't just read it haphazardly. He has to figure out what is the central problematic that he is trying to invoke and then apply to Marx's text. But Said's case is slightly more complex, right? Said is not dealing with the oeuvre of one author, right? Said is dealing with a list of writers, historians, poets. Also, they come from different imperial nations, right? So there are writers from Britain, there are writers from France, United States, right? And then has to be, so the question is, like those of you who write social science dissertations, the question of delimitation. How do you delimit your inquiry? What are you excluding and why? What are you including and why? That's exactly the same question that he's trying to answer. First of all, on the level of the process, right? What is the problematic that he's dealing with of Orientalism? How is he claiming its beginning, that I'm going to start from here, because it's not natural, right? But it decides what will be included, right? What would be considered part of the entire oeuvre that he's going to be dealing with, right? And then the question of who is included. For him, the question is not just of temporality, but also of the expansiveness of the Orientalist production. And he is going to go on to explain to us as to why he's privileging the French, the British, and American Orientalists, and why his work suffers from this weakness, that he is not including in it the German ideologists, the German idealists who were also Orientalists. So that is what he's trying to explain here. I just wanted to take a few moments to explain why is he talking about his book Beginning and Intentions, and the question of the problematic as used by Louis Althusser. So let's go on and read a little more, and I'll come back. It seemed to me foolish to attempt an encyclopedic narrative history of Orientalism. First of all, because if my guiding principle was to be the European idea of the Orient, there would be virtually no limit to the material I would have had to deal with. Second, because the narrative model itself did not suit my descriptive and political interests. Third, because in such books as Raymond Schwab's La Renaissance Orientale, John Fuchs' Die Arabischen Studies in Europe, I can't read it in German, and more recently Dorothy Merzig's The Matter of Araby in Medieval England, there already exist encyclopedic works on certain aspects of the European Oriental encounter, such as make the critic's job in the general political and intellectual context I sketched above a different one. There still remained the problem of cutting down a very fat archive to manageable dimensions, and more important, outlining something in the nature of an intellectual order within that group of texts without at the same time following a mindlessly chronological order. My starting point, therefore, has been the British, French, and American experience of the Orient taken as a unit. What made that experience possible by way of historical and intellectual background, what the quality and character of the experience has been. For reasons I shall discuss presently, I limited that already limited but still inordinately large set of questions to the Anglo-French-American experience of the Arabs and Islam, which for almost 1,000 years together stood for the Orient. Immediately upon doing that, a large part of the Orient seemed to have been eliminated. India, Japan, China, and other sections of the Far East. Not because these regions are not important, they obviously have been, but because one could discuss Europe's experience of the Near Orient or of Islam apart from its experience of the Far Orient. Yet, at certain moments of that general European history of interest in the East, particular parts of the Orient like Egypt, Syria, and Arabia cannot be discussed without also studying Europe's involvement in the more distant parts, of which Persia and India are the most important. A notable case in point is the connection between Egypt and India so far as 18th and 19th century Britain was concerned. Similarly, the French role in deciphering the Zend Avesta, the preeminence of Paris as a career center of Sanskrit studies during the first decade of the 19th century, the fact that Napoleon's interest in the Orient was contingent upon his sense of the British role in India, all these Far Eastern interests directly influenced French interest in the Near East, Islam, and the Arabs. So notwithstanding my terrible attempt at pronouncing the German and French names, in this section also what I just read, he is clearly declaring to us that I am going to study the French, the British, and the American archive. And even that, what he's saying is I am staying closely with the areas where they deal with what we now call the Middle East, the Near East, which is the Islamic Orient, and not necessarily with the Far East like China, Japan, and those regions, right? But he's creating space for bringing in something outside of the region. So when he talks about the first French translation of Zenda Vista, right, in 1777, I think, and so that's a Zoroastrian sacred text, right? So that comes from Iran. So obviously that has had an influence on French Orientalism, right? Then also France was a very large center of Sanskrit studies, which is based in India and not in the Arab world. So hence that is connected to the French Orientalism. And of course, Napoleon's interest in the Near East, right, in the Middle East was partially connected to British interests in India. So if you look at the history of British India, I mean, Napoleon's advisors were actually advising Tipu Sultan in his fight against the British East India Company. So what he's saying is, even though I'm excluding Persia and I'm excluding India and those parts from my immediate study of Orientalism, it will figure here or there in that because of the colonial interests, they are interconnected. But the geographic area of Orientalist representations that he's concerned about is what we now call the Middle East, right? And within that, the Islamic Orient and how it has been seen and how it has been represented. So this is the part that he's clarifying in this part of the introduction. Remember, this is his explanation of his method. He has first tried to explain why does he start where he starts. Now he's trying to explain why is he delimiting it to a certain specific geographic area. Also, what he's trying to avoid is giving us an encyclopedia or a chronological order of events or writings, which he said other writers have already done extensively. They've collected and they've made compendia and all these things out of it. But he is seeing his role as a critic and not as compiler of resources. So all that he's trying to explain here is his selection, right? His methodological selection of the texts, of the time frame, temporality, and spatiality. Which areas does he include in the Orient, and upon which Orientalist discourse has some influence. So primarily the Near East, the Islamic East, right, which now we call the Middle East. So slowly, as a scholar, he is defining the temporality of what he's going to study, but also spatiality of it, right, and which particular imperial powers and their cultural production, and within that, not all the texts, but certain specific texts. So that's, in my opinion, that is brilliantly done. And what is unfortunate is that a lot of people who criticize Said for not including this or for delimiting things wrongly, absolutely, it seems, do not read his introduction, right? In the previous part, in part 1, I had pointed out that people often deride Said for not giving a voice to the natives. And he's clearly stating in the introduction himself that I know that the physical Orient existed, that they have their lived experiences and their voice, but that is not my project. My project is the construction of Orient within a discourse called Orientalism. So that's why it's very important to read Said carefully, right? So I will move on and read the next part and then come back and we'll talk about it. Britain and France dominated the Eastern Mediterranean from about the end of the 17th century on. Yet my discussion of that domination and systemic interest does not do justice to A. The important contribution to Orientalism of Germany, Italy, Russia, Spain, and Portugal, and B. The fact that one of the important impulses towards the study of the Orient in 18th century was the revolution in biblical studies, stimulated by such variously interesting pioneers as Bishop, Lowth, Eichhorn, Herder, and Michaelis. In the first place, I had to focus rigorously upon the British, French, and later the American material because it seemed inescapably true not only that Britain and France were the pioneer nations in the Orient and in the Oriental studies, but that these vanguard positions were held by virtue of the two greatest political networks in pre-20th century history. The American Oriental position since World War II has fit, I think, quite self-consciously in the places excavated by the two earlier European powers. Then, too, I believe that the sheer quality, consistency, and mass of British, French, and American writing on the Orient lifts it above the doubtless crucial work done in Germany, Italy, Russia, and elsewhere. But I think it is also true that the major steps in Oriental scholarships were first taken in either Britain and France, then elaborated upon by Germans. Sylvester de Sacy, for example, was not only the first modern and institutional European Orientalist who worked on Islam, Arabic literature, the Druze religion, and Sassanite Persia, he was also the teacher of Champlain and of Franz Bopp, the founder of German comparative linguistics. A similar claim of priority and subsequent preeminence can be made for William Jones and Edward William Lane. In the second place, and here the failings of my study of Orientalism are amply made up for, there has been some important recent work on the background in biblical scholarship to the rise of what I have called modern Orientalism. The best and the most illuminating relevant is E.S. Schaeffer's impressive Kubla Khan and the Fall of Jerusalem, an indispensable study of the origins of Romanticism and of the intellectual activity underpinning a great deal of what goes on in Coleridge, Browning, and George Eliot. To some degree, Schaeffer's work refines upon the outlines provided in Schwab by articulating the material of relevance to be found in the German biblical scholars and using that material to read in an intelligent and always interesting way the work of three major British writers. Yet what is missing in the book is some sense of the political as well as ideological edge given the Oriental materials by the British and French writers I'm principally concerned with. In addition, unlike Schaeffer, I attempt to elucidate subsequent developments in academic as well as literary Orientalism that bear on the connection between British and French Orientalism on the one hand and the rise of an explicitly colonial-minded imperialism on the other. Then too, I wish to show how all these earlier matters are reproduced more or less in American Orientalism after the Second World War. So once again, in these passages, we are still getting the justification of his privileging the French, Britain, and then eventually American scholars in his discussion of Orientalism. And what comes across very clearly, he's kind of following the lineage of Orientalist scholarship. And what he's saying is that, look, the Germans might have produced a lot of idealistic, romantic works. After all, Goethe writes the East-West Divan, right? But they were originally influenced by the French and British authors. That's what he's trying to claim here. For example, when he mentions the works of de Sacy, right? Sylvester de Sacy, who was a French scholar. Now, his students were French, Champollion, right? And Franz Bopp, who is a linguist, who is a German, is also his student. So in that sense, then, French and British scholars were the one who, according to Said, were the ones who started the so-called field of Orientalism. And then when it goes to Germany, it develops there as well. And he will give you another distinction also later when we read about the difference between the German and British and French Orientalists. Then he mentions the works of what he says that a lot of studies have been done. For example, he mentions Eleanor Schaeffer's Kubla Khan and the Fall of Jerusalem, which I think was published in 1975, and she is the one who gives the philosophical and religious kind of history of these important, writers. But what's missing, what he says, is in her writing is an accounting of the empire and the politics, and that's why Said is saying is that my omission of Germans is okay, but maybe by focusing on what these major works miss, like Raymond Schwab, who also is mentioned here. And Said has a beautiful essay on him. I do strongly urge you to read it. It is called Raymond Schwab and the Romance of Ideas, published in 1976, Daedalus, Volume 105, number 1. But Schwab is the one who wrote the history of Oriental Renaissance, right? And what he's saying is that in terms of what eventually develops into full-blooded Orientalism, the work of the French and British authors, and later the quality and the quantity produced by American Orientalists, is overwhelming, and hence it further supports his methodology. He goes on to say that in one part of the book, he first deals with the French and the British texts and materials, and then goes on to prove how they prefigure prominently within the American Orientalist production, just as America post-Second World War takes over the political vacuum of empires created by the fall of British Empire and withdrawal of France from most of its colonies. Similarly, Orientalism in a different vein is then reproduced in America, even though he will say later that the American Arabists or scholars on the Middle East don't think of themselves as Orientalists or don't call themselves Orientalists. So still in these passages, since he is explaining his method, he is at that point where he's trying to distinguish as to why is he focusing on British, French, and American texts, and why has he left out the German texts and the German Orientalists. And we will go on, read a little more. We're going to finish at page 19, and I think we are now on page 18. So just a little more left. Stay with me, don't get bored, and I'll be back after I read the next part. Nevertheless, there is a possibly misleading aspect to my study, where, aside from an occasional reference, I do not exhaustively discuss the German developments after the inaugural period dominated by Sayce. Any work that seeks to provide an understanding of academic Orientalism and pays little attention to scholars like Stendhal, Müller, Becker, Goldseiser, Brockleman, Noldeck, to mention only a handful, needs to be reproached, and I freely reproach myself. I particularly regret not taking more account of the great scientific prestige that accrued to German scholarship by the middle of the 19th century, whose neglect was made into a denunciation of insular British scholars by George Eliot. I have in mind Eliot's unforgettable portrait of Mr. Casaubon in Middlemarch. One reason Casaubon cannot finish his key to all mythologies is, according to his young cousin Will Ledslaw, that he is unacquainted with German scholarship. For not only has Casaubon chosen a subject as changing as chemistry, new discoveries are constantly making new points of view. He is undertaking a job similar to a refutation of Paracelsus because he is not an Orientalist, Eliot was not wrong in implying that by about 1830, which is when Middlemarch is set, German scholarship had fully attained in its European preeminence. Yet at no time in German scholarship during the first two-thirds of the 19th century could a close partnership have developed between Orientalists and a protracted, sustained national interest in the Orient. There was nothing in Germany to correspond to the Anglo-French presence in India, the Levant, North Africa. Moreover, the German Orient was almost exclusively a scholarly, or at least a classical Orient. It was made the subject of lyrics, fantasies, and even novels, but it was never actual the way Egypt and Syria were actual for Chateaubriand, Lane, Lamartine, Bertrand, Disraeli, or Nerval. There is some significance in the fact that the two most renowned German works on the Orient, Goethe's The East-West Divan and Friedrich Schlegel's, and I can't read the German, and were based respectively on a Rhine journey and on hours spent in Paris libraries. What German Oriental scholarship did was to refine and elaborate techniques whose application was to texts, myths, ideas, and languages almost literally gathered from the Orient by Imperial Britain and France. So I first of all apologize for my terrible pronunciation of German names. So the Schlegel work that is mentioned translates as About the Language and Wisdom of the Indians. It was published in 1808. And it's in this part of the introduction, we are still on page 19. Said is still explaining his second realistic thing that he had to consider before writing the book, and that is the question of the method. And he's still trying to explain why he doesn't include the Germans, right? And he starts that, nevertheless, that's the misleading aspect of my study, because other than occasional references, it does not give a lot of credence or a lot of a voice to the German Orientalists, right? He acknowledges that that is a weakness, right? But what he also is suggesting, in the discussion about the Middlemarch, that is to highlight this, that even in a fictional work, George Eliot could say that this person is not accomplishing his mission because he has not read his German Orientalists, right? But what he's saying is that, first of all, politically, there was nothing corresponding to French and British experience for the Germans. They didn't have an empire. They didn't go and study the colonies, and they didn't go and live there. So their work could have been romantic, could have been ideological, but it wasn't connected to the politics and power of an empire. Hence, maybe it may not have the same kind of significance in a work like Orientalism, which is trying to trace the connection between power and knowledge, right? Secondly, what he's saying is that even the best of the German works involved doing research in French and British libraries on the works published, composed, and collected by the French and British Orientalists. And so, notwithstanding the vigor and power of German Orientalism in Said's view still relied on the on-the-ground real scholarship produced, collected, and published by the French and the British Orientalists. After all, there is no corresponding work from Germany, that produces those huge volumes of the encyclopedia on Egypt. Only the French did it, and the reason they could do it is because Napoleon took them there. Similarly, the customs and habits of Hindus or Arabs, right, or Egyptians by Edward William Lane was made possible because Lane could go there, study that culture, but also produce that book for the British consumption and imbue it with his own pre-understanding of the Egyptians. So that's the distinction that he's trying to make, but he is acknowledging that in this book, other than slight references to German works here and there, I am, for these reasons that he has already explained and we have talked about it, I am not including the German Orientalists. So I'm going to stop here. We are still on part 3 of the introduction. Said in this part is explaining his methodology. Part of his methodology is why do I start study of Orientalism where I start, that we covered in the first part of this conversation. Then he goes on to its geographical implications, which areas does he cover, and why, even though he's focusing in on the Orient, on the Middle East or the Near East, sometimes Persia and India would figure in there. And then the last part of what we read today, what he's talking about it, why is it that despite their significance, why is it that he's not relying much on the German Orientalists and their work? And part of his reasons were that they actually weren't part of an empire. They didn't actually go there and record the Orient. Maybe their work derived on the research produced by the British and the French, but by and large, his reason is that he still sees it as a weakness, as a misleading aspect of his work. And he's also incorporating the American Orientalists there, because physically, in material terms, America supplants the old empires. And then a lot of work of Orientalist nature was being produced in America and is still being produced in America, and America has viable material, palpable interests in the region. So that's where we are going to stop. I will post the links to the whole series up there. Please do click on them and watch the previous lectures so that you are on the same page, literally, as we are. And if you have any questions, please send them my way. Make it into a good conversation. Any suggestions are welcome too. If you have not subscribed to the channel, now is the time to do that so that you can stay updated. Other than that, I am deeply grateful to you for being a part of this experience, and it really excites me that I can do this and have an audience to talk to, have people who are interested in such things, and that I can reach a wider audience through this medium. Thank you so much. And as always, I will see you next time. And until then, take care, stay safe, and peace and love. Hello, welcome to Postcolonial Space. I'm Masood Raja, and today we'll continue our conversation on Edward Said's Orientalism. And in today's conversation, I'll be reading and talking about from bottom of page 19 to probably the bottom of page 21. Now, just to kind of do a quick recap, we are in part 3 of the introduction. In part 3, Said is trying to explain 3 aspects of his scholarly endeavor, or what he had to keep in mind to write the book. We already discussed the part 1 of part 3, which was about his distinction and his challenge to this distinction between scientific or pure knowledge and just humanistic knowledge. Now we are on part 2, where he is answering the question of methodology. What is his method? Now, if you watch the previous video, towards the end of it, he was talking about or trying to conclude his discussion as to why he has not included the German Orientalists in his discussion, which he sees as a weakness of his book. But one of his reasons is that the work of the German Orientalists was derivative, because they actually didn't go to the Orient to do their research. They actually went to the French libraries and read the French and British works of Orientalists and then based their imagination on that. So that was his final reason. So we will start reading now from page 19, kind of almost bottom of the page. But if you want to watch the earlier video, it will come up there, and you can watch it before you delve into this one. So I will go and read a couple of passages and then come back, and as has been our style in this, we'll talk about it. Yet what German Orientalism had in common with Anglo-French and later American Orientalism was a kind of intellectual authority over the Orient within Western culture. This authority must in large part be the subject of any description of Orientalism, and it is so in this study. Even the name of Orientalism suggests a serious, perhaps ponderous style of expertise. When I apply it to modern American social scientists, since they do not call themselves Orientalists, my use of the word is anomalous, it is to draw attention to the way Middle East experts can still draw on the vestiges of Orientalism's intellectual position in 19th century Europe. There is nothing mysterious or natural about authority. It is formed, irradiated, disseminated. It is instrumental, it is persuasive, it has status, it establishes canons of taste and value. It is virtually indistinguishable from certain ideas it dignifies as true, and from traditions, perceptions, and judgments it forms, transmits, reproduces. Above all, authority can indeed must be analyzed. All these attributes of authority apply to Orientalism, and much of what I do in this study is to describe both the historical authority in and the personal authorities of Orientalism. Okay, so now we are going into the meat of his argument about his method, right? And what he's saying is that, okay, the Germans might have not actually learned the things in the field, but they all draw on the same authority. And that authority comes from, of course, the 19th century Orientalists and later Orientalists, right? And everyone else also draws on that authority to represent, right? But then the question of authority itself gets centered, which he says is part of this book, right? To question not just how does Orientalist discourse gain that authority, how is it transmitted, right? And then, most importantly, the reason he's studying it is because it's not accidental. Anything, when you claim authority in a field of study or when there is something that is authoritative, it isn't born authoritative, right? It is made into an authority, and institutions play a role in it. Individual scholars play a role in it. Libraries play a role in it, right? Canons and how they're established play a role in it. So authority of any field has the authority to determine the field, but also subsume itself into it so that it becomes kind of self-referential. So that, what he's saying is, much of what I do in this study is to describe both the historical authority and the personal authorities of Orientalism. So what he's going to then describe is not just who said what, but in which context, right? And how are they arguing their point? How are they representing the Orient? And what are they taking at what we would call the silences of the text, right? Whatever they already believe to be true within which they are writing, right? And that he's slowly leading us to the discussion of Orientalism, but also discussion of Orientalism as a discourse. The moment he uses the terms irradiates, creates, right, perpetuates, we are in discourse, and we are in Foucault's discourse, right? And the reason we are in there is because that's how Foucault himself describes a discourse, right? It has enunciating subjects, it has a field of study, specialized knowledge, institutions, government, civil servants, bureaus, right? All of these come together to lend meaning to a discourse, right? Let me make it a little more clear. Simply, I use this example in my classes, right? There's a lecture on discourse too, which I'll put up, but so, for example, I use this example. How does discourse work? You're walking in the park with your child, and someone walks up to you and says, I think your kid has ADD. And you look at them and say, are you crazy? Who gave you the right to say that about my child? What a terrible thing to say, right? Now, if your teacher sends you a note, your child's teacher, and says she's having problem in the class, please take her to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, and you take your child there, and the psychologist says the same thing. We think your child has ADD, and here is a remedy for that. All you will do, you'll not lose your temper. You'll take that person's word, and maybe you look for a second opinion, but the reason that person saying that to you matters is because he or she is labeling your child within the discourse of medicine. You know he or she is a doctor. They are in a clinic. You have been referred to them. They have a degree on the wall that tells you they have a board certification. They have the knowledge and expertise, the authority to label people. Right? That is the power of the discourse. And that's how he is defining Orientalism as a discourse. So he will go further into that description in the next passages. Let's go and read it. Simple methodological devices for studying authority here are what can be called strategic location, which is a way of describing the author's position in a text with regard to the Oriental materials he writes about, and strategic formation, which is a way of analyzing the relationship between texts and the way in which groups of texts, types of texts, even textual genres acquire mass, density, and referential power among themselves and thereafter in the culture at large. I use the notion of strategy simply to identify the problem every writer on the Orient has faced, how to get hold of it, how to approach it, how not to be defeated or overwhelmed by its sublimity, its scope, its awful dimensions. Everyone who writes about the Orient must locate himself vis-a-vis the Orient. Translated into text, this location includes the kind of narrative voice he adopts, the type of structure he builds, and the kinds of images, themes, motifs that circulate in his text, all of which add up to deliberate ways of addressing the reader, containing the Orient, and finally representing it or speaking in its behalf. None of this takes place in the abstract, however. Every writer on the Orient, and this is true even of Homer, assumes some Oriental precedent, some previous knowledge of the Orient to which he refers and on which he relies. Additionally, each work on the Orient affiliates itself with other works, with audiences, with institutions, with the Orient itself. Okay, so we are further moving into Orientalism being a discourse, right? So he's explaining his methodology further, and he's saying, I'm looking at these texts from these two angles, strategic location and strategic formation. The strategic location is how does the author locate the text, right, with regard to the Orient. And the strategic formation is how do texts relate to other texts? What do they rely on, right? Because here is the biggest problem that these authors are facing, the problem of grasping and representing the Orient to a Western writer. The question is, can that be just a true representation? Can that be an unmediated representation? Discursively, not. That's what he's saying. That's why every Orientalist has to deal with it, how to represent the Orient to Western audiences. The question of representation becomes huge, right? And that representation then is not in isolation. What he's trying to teach us is that it relies on other texts. It relies on how others have represented the Orient, right? And that any writer writing about the Orient is already working in that contested domain where knowledge is already present, and everyone is looking to some precedent, something that became before them. I mean, there's a reference to Homer. So there is no originary moment in Orientalist writing where someone can say, I have rendered the Orient transparently, right? Every writer on the Orient assumes some Oriental precedent, relies on some previous source. More importantly, they are also talking to each other. They are also reading contemporary works, right? And each work on the Orient affiliates itself with other works. Thus, what we have is, even when we are reading an individual work, and remember, he had cautioned us not to read text abstracted from the larger context within which they are produced, right, in the first part of the introduction. So what he's saying is that these texts are not standalone texts. If you look at it strategically from these points, their formation and their strategic location, they are connected to other Orientalist texts. So at the end of the day, what we then get is representation of the Orient directed towards Western audiences, but which relies on a larger discourse, larger structures of other productions about the Orients. So even if you claim that you will make Orient speak for itself in your writing, it's you relying on the resources, the way you have read the Orient, and then rendering it in that Orientalist discourse. That's a really crucial point to understand. And sometimes my students have a problem with it, right? Because we all believe in this idea of individual agency, and we are very reluctant to buy into this idea of over-determinism of our work. But that's what he's saying, that the field is so interconnected, there is so much work that is already there, that you must know that at the end what you represent is what that discourse generates in you, the way of looking at the Orient and the expectations of its representation. In this entire process, the Orient never really speaks, right? That's the point. Ensemble of relationships between works, audiences, and some particular aspects of the Orient therefore constitutes an analyzable formation. For example, that of philosophical studies, of anthologies of extracts from Oriental literature, of travel books, of Oriental fantasies, whose presence in time, in discourse, in institutions, schools, libraries, foreign services, gives it strength and authority. It is clear, I hope, that my concern with authority does not entail analysis of what lies hidden in the Orientalist text, but analysis rather of text's surface, its exteriority to what it describes. I do not think that this idea can be overemphasized. Orientalism is premised upon exteriority, that is, on the fact that the Orientalist poet or scholar makes the Orient speak, describes the Orient, renders its mysteries plain for and to the West. He is never concerned with the Orient except as the first cause of what he says. What he says and writes, by virtue of the fact that it is said or written, is meant to indicate that the Orientalist is outside the Orient, both as an existential and as a moral fact. The principal product of this exteriority is, of course, representation. As early as Aeschylus's play, The Persians, the Orient is transformed from a very far distant and often threatening otherness into figures that are relatively familiar, in Aeschylus's case, grieving Asiatic women. The dramatic immediacy of representation in the Persians obscures the fact that the audience is watching a highly artificial enactment of what a non-Oriental has made into a symbol for the whole Orient. My analysis of the Orientalist text, therefore, places emphasis on the evidence, which is by no means invisible, for such representations as representations, not as natural depictions of the Orient. This evidence is found just as prominently in the so-called truthful texts, histories, philological analysis, political treatises, as in the avowedly artistic, openly imaginative text. The things to look at are style, figures of speech, setting, narratives, devices, historical and social circumstances, not the correctness of the representation nor its fidelity to some great original. The exteriority of the representation is always governed by some version of the truism that if the Orient could represent itself, it would. Since it cannot, the representation does the job for the West. And for the mere, for lack of a better reason, for the poor Orient. And hence Marx wrote in the 18th Borromeo of Louis Bonaparte, the translation is, they cannot represent themselves, they must be represented. Okay, so sorry for rushing through that reading. So we are approaching kind of a sort of an important point in his explanation of his own methodology. Right? We are still questioning the question of authority and what creates it and what lends it. Right? But what he's also saying is that I'm focused on the exteriority of the text. What does he mean by that? Obviously, the exteriority is the world in which the text is produced. If I'm writing an Orientalist story, yes, I will look at the text itself and see what he calls the figures of speech and represent. But what I am looking at is representation. What is the text trying to represent? And that is connected to its exteriority because there are other knowledges, other books, other stories, politics at play that determine what goes inside the text. So in order to read an Orientalist text, we can't just read it and say, well, this is not an authentic representation, because there is no authentic representation and it's irretrievable. So the exteriority of the text, the discourse within which the text is produced, already overdetermines that this is a text which is a representation of the Orient, represented for a Western audience, produced within the authority of a body of knowledge that has already been produced about the Orient. So at a later stage, Said would say that or he has said previously in this introduction, that it becomes almost impossible for people to actually experience the Orient because the discourse already overdetermines for them how they view it, right? And so towards the end of this passage, when he talks about look at the evidence, and the evidence is looking at the representation, right? So one mistake that he says, which we ought not to make, and which people challenge him on this book, is the idea of suggesting that this is not a true representation of the Orient. Because when you say this is not a genuine or a true representation, you are imagining a true Orient, right? And what he's saying is that's not how we ought to read these books, because we can't retrieve the true Orient, right? Even if it existed, it would exist in a discourse. That's why, like the scholars take those liberties, because, well, if the Orient wanted to represent itself, then would we know what it's about? But all we have is this representation of it, right? But the question of authority also is that the Orient cannot represent itself. And then he goes towards the end, to that famous statement by Marx from the 18th Borromeo, right, about they cannot represent themselves, they must be represented. I've already talked about it, that people, Marxists especially, challenge Said on that, because that's exactly not what Marx meant there. The question was of considering the peasants who had just been given the rights to be a class, and since they cannot constitute a class because of contiguity, they must then accept Louis Napoleon as a father figure and hence have someone represent them. And then Spivak talks about the two aspects of representation, Voltairean, which Marx uses, and Darstalen, right? One is representation as politically standing in for someone, which we call he or she is my representative. The other is representation in works of arts and all, and the distinction needs to be made. So overall then, by this point in the introduction, he is still explaining his method, right? And what he is now trying to take us to is his usage of Foucault and discourse. What we have learned is you don't look for the real Orient in the text. You don't say this text doesn't compare to the real Orient because the real Orient is inaccessible. That this all is a question of representation. That's why we look at the exteriority of the text, because what is exterior to the text, the knowledge being produced, how that knowledge impacts each other, how each Orientalist relies on other Orientalists to write their works, and those things often determine the text itself, right? So his method in this stage of the introduction, he's questioning the authority of an Orientalist to represent the Orient. Where does that authority come from? How is it perpetuated through other texts, through other institutions? And then he will later go and explain to us how is he doing that. He will mention Foucault. Remember, this was one of the first major books that used in English Foucault's theory of discourse to write a huge work, right? So that's why it's also important. If you ever want to learn how to use Foucault's theory of discourse, Orientalism can be a good example. So that's all for today. We have covered from bottom of page 19 to almost the bottom of page 21. Let me know what you think. You know, if you have any suggestions or questions or anything that I might have missed, put it in the comments and I'll try to answer them. And after this, I'll come back and try to conclude, you know, the question of the method in the introduction. My hope is to conclude this and then conclude the whole introduction. That's all. Thank you so much for your time and for your support. And as always, I'll see you next time. Stay safe and peace and love. Hello. Welcome to Postcolonial Space. I'm Masood Raja, and today I will continue my conversation about Edward Said's Orientalism. And in today's lecture, we'll finish the second part of his discussion in part 3 of his introduction, which is on methodology. Now, if you have watched the previous videos in this series, you know that we are at that point in the introduction to Orientalism where Said is explaining his methodology, and within that he's also explaining what he means by Orientalism, how it is connected to Foucault's concept of discourse, and how the question mainly is of the exteriority. What he means by that is that while we read inside the text, there is so much outside of the text, the exteriority of it, which determines what is in the text. And that outside is Orientalism. That outside is the discourse. So in this part of the introduction, he's building up on that. And by the end of this video today, we would have covered his explanation of methodology, and then we will move on to the third part of this part 3 of introduction, where he talks about his personal preferences. So remember, this discussion started with his explanation of the difference between the scientific discourse and humanistic discourse, right, and why that distinction is maintained. Then he goes into the question of method, which we are discussing right now, and then he'll give us his personal take on the project itself, and that would conclude the introduction. After I'm done with this reading and discussion, then I'll probably do a brief video concluding our discussion of the introduction. Now please bear in mind that the method that we are following is I go and read parts of the actual text and then come back and in conversation with you try to unpack it. And that is exactly what we will do. Now, if you're new to this, I highly recommend that you should watch all the other videos, and the link will come up there. Just click on it and watch them, and then you'll be caught up and you'll be right where we are today. So here I'm going to go and read some more and then come back and talk about it. And for insisting upon exteriority is that I believe it needs to be made clear about cultural discourse and exchange within a culture that what is commonly circulated by it is not truth but representations. It hardly needs to be demonstrated against that language itself is a highly organized and encoded system which employs many devices to express, indicate, exchange messages and information, represent, and so forth. In any instance of at least written language, there is no such thing as a delivered presence, but a represence or a representation. The value, efficacy, strength, apparent veracity of a written statement about the Orient therefore relies very little and cannot instrumentally depend on the Orient as such. On the contrary, the written statement is a presence to the reader by virtue of its having excluded, displaced, made supererogatory any such real thing as the Orient. Thus all of Orientalism stands forth and away from the Orient. That Orientalism makes sense at all depends more on the West than on the Orient, and this sense is directly indebted to various Western techniques of representation that make the Orient visible, clear, there in discourse about it. And these representations rely upon institutions, traditions, conventions, agreed upon codes of understanding for their effects, not upon a distant and amorphous Orient. Okay, so what I just read, one of the things that he's making absolutely clear is the distinction between truth and representation and the role that language and discourse play in it. So what that highlights is that within Orientalism and even in the other reality, whenever something is represented to us in textual form, it cannot necessarily capture the truth itself, because truth is, after all, represented. And representation can be oral, it can be written, it can be documented. But the moment we enter the realm of the representation, we are then entering over-determinisms, the discursive over-determinisms, like what is the exteriority of the text, right? So there is no moment where he says where a text can represent something and make it present. No, in the act of representation, there are certain choices that the authors make, but in so many cases, those choices are already predetermined or overdetermined by the discourse in which they are working. So hence the Orient that we get is should not necessarily be measured in terms of a true representation, because true representation is almost impossible, but that through acts of exclusion and through highlighting certain things and not talking about others, a certain view of the Orient is represented. And we already know through our discussion of the introduction that that view is formed by discourses, by knowledge produced by other Orientalists, right? So there is no moment that the real Orient itself either can be represented or can be made present. 2, Orient is represented to Western audiences according to their expectations within the parameters of the Orientalist discourse that already exists. And in this entire process, the Orient itself, which cannot represent itself, right, is detached from the act of representation. Now, this is really important for all of us to understand, the question of representation. Because what we forget when we are debating these texts produced by, let's say, Western authors and scholars, we always measure them from the point of view of veracity, right? Was like, oh, this is not how Pakistan is, this is not how India is. You don't know the real India, as if we can know the real India and Pakistan. Remember, our understanding of any reality is textual and is discursive, right? there is no way in which we as human beings who function through language can go and retrieve the real thing and present it. So an act of communication in textual form or in a conversation is always semiotic. It's expressed in language, and if that language is over-determined by a larger discourse in which we live, which for Said is Orientalism, then that representation is offered to a certain audience, which is Western audience, within the parameters of that discourse. And that is the question of representation itself. That's why he's going to the exteriority of the text, because in order to understand the representations within the text, what choices are being made, what metaphors, similes, tropes are being used, he has to then go out into the larger discourse which construct those kind of tropes, metaphors, and similes about the Orient. And that is an important factor in understanding Said, in understanding Orientalism, but also in doing good work in post-colonial theory, right? So let's go and read some more, and then I'll come back and talk about it. Representations of the Orient before the last third of the 18th century and those after it, that is, those belonging to what I call modern Orientalism, is that the range of representation expanded enormously in the later period. It is true that after William Jones and Anquetil Dupont, and after Napoleon's Egyptian expedition, Europe came to know the Orient more scientifically, to live in it with greater authority and discipline than ever before. But what mattered to Europe was the expanded scope and the much greater refinement given its techniques for receiving the Orient. When around the turn of the 18th century the Orient definitively revealed the age of its languages, thus outdating Hebrew's divine pedigree, it was a group of Europeans who made the discovery, passed it on to other scholars, and preserved the discovery in the new science of Indo-European philology. A new powerful science for viewing the linguistic Orient was born, and with it, as Foucault has shown in The Order of Things, a whole web of related scientific interests. Similarly, William Beckford, Byron, Goethe, and Hugo restructured the Orient by their art and made its colors, lights, and people visible through their images, rhythms, and motifs. At most, the real Orient provoked a writer to his vision. It very rarely guided it. Okay, so in this excerpt that I just read, we are still on the topic of representation, but he's drawing a distinction between the 18th century Orientalism and then what comes after Napoleonic invasion of Egypt. And the distinction is that since Napoleon goes there, as Said would later say in one of his interviews and in the book as well, with thousands of scientists and anthropologists and geographers and cartographers, he has the power, they have the power to record Egypt. Right? That's why Said considers Napoleonic invasion of Egypt as this originary moment which launches a new kind of Orientalism. And that new kind of Orientalism is scientific, perpetuates knowledge, produces it, disseminates that. And then people who come after that work within that knowledge power nexus. And there is a reference to Foucault's Order of Things, right? Order of Things is how disciplines come to be, and that part of the disciplinary study is the development of a discourse. How do you develop a discourse? You have experts in it, you have scientific knowledge or a claim to scientificity, you have journals, materials that perpetuate that knowledge, and that is how a field of study emerges. So post-Napoleonic invasion then, Orientalism has this scientific shift, but there is a body of knowledge that is now available, right? And then because of that body of knowledge and the discursive weight of that knowledge, people who are producing it take that and in their artistic works then create the kind of Orient that they want to represent, right? It's informed by that research, that knowledge, but also informed by their imagination. And in the process, the real Orient, right? The reality of the real Orient is not the one that is guiding these writers. It's their desire or their vision or their imagining of the Orient, right? And we already know that that desire, that imagining, that view of the Orient doesn't stem from within the poets and authors. That is socially constructed and that is discursively produced through the knowledges produced about the Orient in different fields of study. So that's my take on this particular section of the introduction. We are still on the question of representation. Let's read a little more and see what else Said has to say. Orientalism responded more to the culture that produced it than to its putative object, which was also produced by the West. Thus, the history of Orientalism has both an internal consistency and a highly articulated set of relationships to the dominant culture surrounding it. My analysis consequently tries to show the field's shape and internal organization, its pioneers, patriarchal authorities, canonical texts, doxological ideas, exemplary figures, its followers, elaborators, and new authorities. I try also to explain how Orientalism borrowed and was frequently informed by strong ideas, doctrines, and trends ruling the culture. Thus there was and is a linguistic Orient, a Freudian Orient, a Spenglerian Orient, a Darwinian Orient, a racist Orient, and so on. So in this brief section as well, there are references to the internal consistency of Orientalism, right? But it is not driven by its object of study, the Orient itself, which is also created through this discourse of Orientalism, but by the logic of the field itself. And the field is not necessarily monolithic because, look, there is a reference to Spengler, who's a historian, famously wrote The Decline of the West, right? References to Darwin and others. There are these different branches of knowledge, right? Trying to represent Orient scientifically, historically, and in other ways. But what brings it together is the general discourse of Orientalism, right? These disparate fields, by and large, saying similar things about the Orient, right? That is what is the point. And what he's saying is that I am accounting for these different figures from different branches of knowledge. Who writes what, how, right? Which field are they from? Who are the ones who perpetuate certain mythologies and certain knowledges? Who follows them? So now we are going into further details of the methodology that kind of defends Said's usage of different texts from different fields, because what he's saying is that these may be scientific texts, sociological texts, historical texts, anthropological texts, and creative texts, but what brings them together, which he has already defined, is the discourse of Orientalism, right? And that discourse creates the object of study itself, right? But also creates the logic within which things about that object of study are produced. Now, this is deeply Foucauldian, okay? One aspect of the discursive frameworks or discourse in Foucault is that a discourse inherently then creates its own objects of study. Why? Because it needs them to perpetuate itself. What is a good example? I mean, look at the discourse of psychiatry or psychology. One aspect of it is it constantly tries to map how the human consciousness works, but it then must also consciousness research forces people to go and figure out new diseases, new disorders, right? And that's creation of newer objects of study. That's what all research is driven towards, right? When we tell our students to be original, we are asking them to find a different way of looking at one object of study or find a new object of study. So within the discourse of Orientalism, then, there is not necessarily just production of knowledge, but constant creation or constant renderings of the object of study called the Orient, but the object of study itself is by this time discursively produced. It's an outcome of discourse. So there is no moment that someone actually goes and touches and retrieves the real Orient. That's the point. We are still then working with representation, right? In which individuals are accounted for. Now, Said, I don't know if I've covered that point yet or not. He makes a clear distinction between his usage of Foucault, what he's saying, and what he suggests is that while he is relying on the theory of discourse, what he also, where he differs from Foucault, is the point that individual writers and researchers also leave their imprint, which impacts the discourse, and that's the distinction that he draws between his approach to discourse and Foucault's approach to discourse. So let's read a little more and let's talk about it. Never has there been such a thing as a pure or unconditional Orient. Similarly, never has there been a non-material form of Orientalism, much less something so innocent as an idea of the Orient. In this underlying conviction and in its ensuing methodological consequences, do I differ from scholars who study the history of ideas. For the emphasis and the executive form, above all, the material effectiveness of statements made by Orientalist discourse are possible in ways that any hermetic history of ideas tends completely to scant. Without those emphases and that material effectiveness, Orientalism would be just another idea, whereas it is and was much more than that. Therefore, I set out to examine not only scholarly works, but also works of literature, political tracts, journalistic texts, travel books, religious and philological studies. In other words, my hybrid perspective is broadly historical and anthropological, given that I believe all texts to be worldly and circumstantial in, of course, ways that vary from genre to genre and from historical period to historical period. Unlike Michel Foucault, whose work I'm greatly indebted, I do believe in the determining imprint of individual writers upon the otherwise anonymous collective body of text constituting a discursive formation like Orientalism. The unity of the large ensemble of text I analyze is due in part to the fact that they frequently refer to each other. Orientalism is, after all, a system for citing works and authors. Edward William Lane's Manners and Customs of the Modern Egyptians was read and cited by such diverse figures as Nerval, Flaubert, and Richard Burton. He was an authority whose use was an imperative for anyone writing or thinking about the Orient, not just about Egypt. When Nerval borrows passages verbatim from modern Egyptians, it is to use Lane's authority to assist him in describing village scenes in Syria, not Egypt. Lane's authority and the opportunities provided for citing him discriminately as well as indiscriminately were there because Orientalism could give his text the kind of distributive currency that he acquired. There is no way, however, of understanding Lane's currency without also understanding the peculiar features of his text. This is equally true of Renan, Sayce, Lamartine, Schlegel, and a group of other influential writers. Foucault believes that in general the individual text or author counts for very little. Empirically, in the case of Orientalism and perhaps nowhere else, I find this not to be so. Accordingly, my analysis employ close textual reading. So Said is making a couple of really important distinctions over here. The first is his insistence that what he is dealing with is material and not ideological or just based in discussing an idea. What does he mean by that? Now, if you read Foucault's discussion of the discourse, especially in the archaeology of knowledge, we know that what he says is that discourse is material. in two ways. Material because it has an apparatus, right? It has printing offices, doctors, scientists representing a certain reality. So that's its materiality in one way. In the form of another form of its materiality is that it literally impacts people's bodies and lives. How? So if you look at the discourse of psychiatry, right? If a psychologist or psychiatrist declares your child is ADD, that's not just an idea, right? There is material apparatus behind that pronouncement. And then the child's life will be impacted by what kind of education he or she will get, what kind of medication, what kind of activities. So there is a material impact. And Said is saying, I'm not discussing Orientalism as an idea. I'm studying it as a discourse, and hence I will focus on the very materiality of that discourse, right? Two, and I kind of jumped the gun on it, he then goes and explains as to why, maybe in case of Orientalism, he has to go against one of the major assertions by Foucault, and that is, it comes clear in one of his essays to What is an Author, right? This idea that there is a certain extreme form of over-determinism in a discourse where the individual utterance is overtaken by the discourse within which that is made. But what he's saying is that in this case, I am going to read individual texts because Said believes that individual authors and historians have a certain imprint that impacts other people's works. And he gives us the example of Edward William Lane, where he's saying is that I can't discuss Lane's work or influence of Lane's work without discussing the work itself and its impact, because what he's saying is people are reading Lane even when they are in Egypt or Syria, and when they have to represent those lives, like the village life by Nerval, even though Nerval went there. When it comes to representing that life, they are relying on the knowledge, research knowledge provided by Edward William Lane. And what that means is that for Said, accounting for that influence, all coming together in this discourse called Orientalism is important. Hence, in terms of his methodology, what he's saying is that if you see me reading individual texts and performing a close reading on them, here is my reason. I'm not just looking at the exteriority in terms of the discourse, but I'm also looking at how this text is cited in that text, because, as he says, Orientalism, after all, is also a system of citations. Sometimes direct citations and sometimes derived citations, right? So this is the important distinction that we need to keep in mind. Also, for our understanding of Orientalism, what we always must keep in mind is that for Said, Orientalism is a discourse. It's not a simple idea. It's not a question of misrepresentation. It's not a question of propaganda. It's not a question of representing truth in a wrong way. No. We cannot understand Orientalism without understanding his understandings of discourse, Foucauldian discourse, and then how he tweaks it. And one important aspect of that tweaking, which he's acknowledging in this methodological section, is that he will pay attention to individual works, because the individual works also impact other works. So that's where we are so far. Let's read a little more and then come back, and I'm hoping I should be able to conclude today's conversation after that reading. Analyses employ close textual readings whose goal is to reveal the dialectic between individual text or writer and the complex collective formation to which his work is a contribution. Yet, even though it includes an ample selection of writers, this book is still far from a complete history or general account of Orientalism. Of this failing, I'm very conscious. The fabric of as thick a discourse as Orientalism has survived and functioned in Western society because of its richness. All I have done is to describe parts of that fabric at certain moments, and merely to suggest the existence of a larger whole, detailed, interesting, dotted with fascinating figures, texts, and events. I have consoled myself with believing that this book is one installment of several, and hope there are scholars and critics who might want to write others. There is still a general essay to be written on imperialism and culture. Other studies would go more deeply into the connection between Orientalism and pedagogy, or into Italian, Dutch, German, and Swiss Orientalism, or into the dynamic between scholarship and imaginative writing, or into the relationship between administrative ideas and intellectual discipline. Perhaps the most important task of all would be to undertake studies in contemporary alternatives to Orientalism, to ask how one can study other cultures and peoples from a libertarian or a non-repressive and non-manipulative perspective. But then one would have to rethink the whole complex problem of knowledge and power. These are all tasks left embarrassingly incomplete in this study. Last, perhaps self-flattering observation on method that I want to make here is that I've written this study with several audiences in mind. For students of literature and criticism, Orientalism offers a marvelous instance of the interrelations between society, history, and textuality. Moreover, the cultural role played by the Orient in the West connects Orientalism with ideology, politics, and the logic of power, matters of relevance, I think, to the literary community. For contemporary students of the Orient, from university scholars to policymakers, I have written with two ends in mind. One, to present their intellectual genealogy to them in a way that has not been done. Two, to criticize with the hope of stirring discussion the often unquestioned assumptions on which their work for the most part depends. For the general reader, this study deals with matters that always compel attention. All of them connected not only with Western conceptions and treatments of the other, but also with the singularly important role played by Western culture in what Vico called the world of nations. Lastly, for readers in the so-called Third World, this study proposes itself as a step towards an understanding not so much of Western politics and of the non-Western world in those politics as of the strength of Western cultural discourse, a strength too often mistaken as merely decorative or superstructural. My hope is to illustrate the formidable structure of cultural domination, and specifically for formerly colonized people, the dangers and temptations of employing this structure upon themselves or upon others. The 3 long chapters and 12 shorter units into which this book is divided are intended to facilitate exposition as much as possible. Chapter 1, the scope of Orientalism, draws a large circle around all the dimensions of the subject, both in terms of historical time and experiences and in terms of philosophical and political themes. Chapter 2, Orientalist structures and restructures, attempts to trace the development of modern Orientalism by a broadly chronological description, and also by the description of a set of devices common to the work of important poets, artists, and scholars. Chapter 3, Orientalism, now begins where its predecessor left off at around 1870. This is the period of great colonial expansion into the Orient, and it culminates in World War II. The very last section of the Chapter 3 characterizes the shift from British and French to American hegemony. I attempt there finally to sketch the present intellectual and social realities of Orientalism in the United States. So here we are at the conclusion of Said's explanation of his methodology. And in this part that I just read, he is precisely telling us that, look, this is not an exhaustive work, right? Which a lot of people make the mistake of reading Orientalism is. What he's saying is, I've picked up a few moments, a few figures, and a few texts to argue that something such as Orientalism existed and still exists. there is a hope there that someone else would also then start writing about culture and imperialism. Of course, he himself does that, right? But what he's trying to attempt here is to suggest that this work may be the first of its kind, but it's not claiming to be the last of its kind, and it hopes to encourage other scholars to take on this mantle and then write about it. And that's exactly what happened. After all, the book launched the field of postcolonial studies, which is much derided these days, but I think it's still a wonderful field of study. It changed anthropological studies, it changed political science and different fields, right? Then he goes on to explain his varied audiences. First of all, of course, he's a scholar of literature, so he's telling us, the scholars of literature, here is what is useful to you in this book. Then he goes to the policymakers and says, I'm giving you the genealogy of what you believe in, right? So why do you think a certain way about the Middle East? Why do you think a certain way about the Muslim world? Let me give you the discursive framework which brought you to this point, and maybe now you can think about it differently, right? Then he goes and talks about the people in the formerly colonized nations, where he's saying none of this is accidental. This is not just text, this is strong policy, right, driven by this discourse. And do not internalize it and apply it on your own cultures, because then you will be perpetuating the same mythologies. So that's where the room for postcolonial studies is created. And then to the general readers. These are the varied audiences he suggests that the book caters to. And then towards the end of this part, he gives us a breakdown of the 3 chapters of the book. What is he dealing with? How is he dealing with? And please keep in mind the instructive last paragraphs, which are about the rise of American imperialism post Second World War, the American hegemony that actually now has even been more accentuated than 1977, because in 1977 there was Soviet Union as a counterweight to United States, and that no longer exists. Overall, then, in this methodological sections, what we get is Said's explanation of Orientalism itself, his explanation of his reliance on Foucault's theory of discourse, and then where he differs from discourse. And then what we get is how his study is part literary studies, part historiography, part anthropology, right? And how it addresses itself to varied audiences. So by the end of this section, there should be no doubt left in our mind about Said's methodology. Why is he focusing on individual texts? Why did he exclude the Germans, right, German ideologists? Why is he using the theory of discourse? And why he is not offering this as an exhaustive, all-ending work, but as a beginning? Right? There was a moment in one of the previous readings where I forgot to expound another point, where he talks about that all texts are worldly, right? So that concept, I have a video on it too, but that concept comes from the word, the text, the critic, where he talks about that any text that we read is contingent upon the time in which we are reading it. It exists in the world, we read it in the world, and there is no way we can read a text as a detached text, a text detached from the politics and over determining factors of the discourse in which it exists. So this is all I have on the methodological part of Said's introduction. I'm pretty sure I missed a lot. So as always, if you have any questions, concerns, suggestions, put them in the comment section and I will try to address them. Then for a future plan, of course, I'll come back and conclude the introduction by reading the last part of the introduction and sharing my thoughts about it with you. As always, I'm deeply grateful for your time and for you paying attention to whatever I'm trying to accomplish here, and for your support. And if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do so that you get timely notifications of what's coming up next. And as always, stay safe and peace and love. Hello, welcome to Postcolonial Space. I'm Masood Raja, and today I will conclude my discussion of the introduction to Edward Said's Orientalism. Now, we've started this series in which I read and talk about the text with you. So I strongly recommend that before you watch this video, or if you have accidentally chanced upon this video, please do watch the ones that come previously, because this goes in a chronological order. In today's discussion, I will read third part of the part 3 of introduction. Now remember, in part 3, Said is trying to explain 3 aspects of the existential reality within which he is thinking about the book and writing the book. In the first part that we discussed previously, he discusses the distinction between pure and political knowledge and why it is problematic. The second part that I concluded in my previous video, he talks about and explains his methodology. What is the method he's following in this book and why? And this part, the part 3, is what is termed the personal dimension. And this is where Said now incorporates his personal reasons as a Palestinian Arab Christian living and working in United States, and what has that meant to him in creating this work. And just keep in mind, this book came out in 1977, and at that time, this is pretty rare in a scholarly book. I have colleagues who, when they see my book, and if I started with an anecdote from my own life, they're like, oh, you talk about your own self, because there is this assumption that your own self should have nothing to do with literary scholarship. So that's pretty interesting. And some of the things that he says in this part are still pertinent and actually probably have intensified in the current global climate. So as always, I'll first read parts of the introduction and then come back and we can have a conversation about it. Now also keep in mind that I will try to record a concluding video in which I sum up what we have covered in these discussions, and that would be added as a separate video resource. As always, please read along, please read the book, and then, pose your questions, bring your thoughts to this discussion so that we can benefit from each other. So here I go. I will start reading the beginning of part 3, the personal dimension. The personal dimension. In the prison notebooks, Gramsci says, the starting point of critical elaboration is the consciousness of what one really is, and is knowing thyself as a product of the historical process to date, which has deposited in you an infinity of traces without leaving an inventory. End of quote. The only available English translation inexplicably leaves Gramsci's comment at that, whereas in fact Gramsci's Italian text concludes by adding, therefore it is imperative at the outset to compile such an inventory. Much of the personal investment in this study derives from my awareness of being an Oriental. As a child growing up in 2 British colonies, all of my education in those colonies, Palestine and Egypt, and in the United States, has been Western, and yet that deep early awareness has persisted. In many ways, my study of Orientalism has been an attempt to inventory the traces upon me, the Oriental subject of the culture whose domination has been so powerful a factor in the life of all Orientals. This is why, for me, the Islamic Orient has had to be the center of attention. Whether what I have achieved is the inventory prescribed by Gramsci is not for me to judge, although I have felt it important to be conscious of trying to produce one. Along the way, as severely and as rationally as I've been able, I've tried to maintain a critical consciousness as well as employing those instruments of historical, humanistic, and cultural research of which my education has made me the fortunate beneficiary. In none of that, however, I have ever lost hold of the cultural reality of the personal involvement in having been constituted as an Oriental. So there is a lot here to unpack, especially for those of us who come from different parts of the Orient or the Muslim world and work in Metropolitan Academy or even live in it. And Said always goes back to this Gramsci quote, this quote that talks about the historical constitution of the self, right? But not knowing how that self came to be, how it was constituted, and then retroactively as a researcher, as a human person, to create an inventory of it. What would be an inventory of a constituted Orientalist self, right? If you are seen as an Oriental, if you are seen as an Arab with so many different significations, is to go and look at the textual history of how it came to be, and that becomes kind of a cataloging, kind of an inventory creating. And so what's interesting for me in these passages is also Said acknowledging that even though he was born in the colonies and lived into, his constituted self as intellectual is purely Western because that's where he studied, that's where he practices. Now one would assume that with such deep immersion within the metropolitan culture, certain things would happen, right? One would be that he would totally assimilate or will be accepted as an equal. And two, he won't feel that he is an Oriental. But that doesn't happen even at that level at which Said was working in, even in 1978, right? He remains in his hearts of hearts and his consciousness a constituted Oriental, an Arab subject, right? And that's the inventory that he is taking into account, right? How does it come to be that living in the 20th century America, having accomplished all that he had, right? How does he interact with the academy? But there is also a great hint here against all those who say you cannot use your master's tools to dismantle the house of the master. What he's saying is, I've been privileged enough to get this humanistic education, to know how to write critically with a critical consciousness. Part of this book is me creating a catalog, an inventory of how I came to be, how this Oriental subject came to be, right? But I'm doing it with the tools of Western Academy as dispassionately as I can, with a critical consciousness, with humanistic critical tools. And so what we also learn from this, which is kind of a subtle point in these passages, is that this disdain for learning the ways of metropolitan theory and all, yes, part of us will get incorporated in the process, but part of us also then gives us the tool to speak to power from within the vocabularies in which it practices itself, in which it unfolds itself, and dismantle its logic. Any look at Said's career as a scholar would convince anyone that you can be a highly intellectual, highly trained Western scholar of Oriental origins, but if you take it upon yourself to create a catalog of yourself, an inventory of the past that brought you to the point where you are a constituted Oriental subject despite your accomplishments, will also then end up altering the larger discourse of the metropolitan disciplines and academies as well. So this is the beginning of he explaining how this project is not necessarily just an intellectual project, not a disinterested pursuit, but there is a deep investment in him which is personal and which is driven from his experience of being an Arab, being a Palestinian, living and working in United States. And that's a very important distinction to make. So let's read a little more, and I'll come back and have some conversation about it. The historical circumstances making such a study possible are fairly complex, and I can only list them schematically here. Anyone resident in the West since the 1950s, particularly in the United States, will have lived through the era of extraordinary turbulence in the relations of East and West. No one will have failed to note how East has always signified danger and threat during this period, even as it has meant the traditional Orient as well as Russia. In the universities, a growing establishment of area studies programs and institutes has made the scholarly study of the Orient a branch of national policy. Public affairs in this country include a healthy interest in the Orient, as much for its strategic and economic importance as for its traditional exoticism. If the world has become immediately accessible to a Western citizen living in the electronic age, the Orient too has drawn nearer to him and is now less a myth perhaps than a place crisscrossed by Western, especially American interests. One aspect of the electronic postmodern world is that there has been a reinforcement of the stereotypes by which the Orient is viewed. Television, the films, and all the media's resources have forced information into more and more standardized molds. So far as the Orient is concerned, standardization and cultural stereotyping have intensified the hold of the 19th century academic and imaginative demonology of the mysterious Orient. This is nowhere more true than in the ways by which the Near East is grasped. Three things have contributed to making even the simplest perception of the Arabs and Islam into a highly politicized, almost raucous matter. One, the history of the popular anti-Arab and anti-Islamic prejudice in the West, which is immediately reflected in the history of Orientalism. Two, the struggle between the Arabs and Israeli Zionism and its effects upon American Jews as well as upon both the liberal culture and the population at large. Three, the almost total absence of any cultural position making it possible either to identify with or dispassionately to discuss the Arabs or Islam. Furthermore, it hardly needs saying that because the Middle East is now so identified with great power politics, oil economics, and the simple-minded dichotomy of freedom-loving democratic Israel and evil totalitarian and terroristic Arabs, the chances of anything like a clear view of what one talks about in talking about the Near East are depressingly small. As you can see that after giving an account of his personal life and his investment as an Oriental or as an Arab subject in this study, Said now goes on to ground his study, the Orientalism, within the political matrix of his time. And his reference to the electronic postmodern age is pretty instructive because we've come way beyond that. We're talking about 1978 here, so at that time there was no internet, but there was only print, TV, and film media. But even within that context, he's first suggesting that Orientalism and its tropes and its prejudices and stereotypes have been heightened because of the bipolar world, the Soviet Union and the Cold War and United States, right? Because within that, the Arabs are kind of read along with this other menacing East. Then also on the part of the US government, there was heavy investment in area studies. So people who study the Orient or the Muslim world or the Arab world no longer just study because they love the subject or that there is this lure of the exotic East. Increasingly, they are becoming Arabists, or they are studying these regions because that knowledge is instrumental to US foreign policy. So the new breed of Arabists and scholars who are coming up are already in service of US foreign policy, and that's also another crucial thing to keep in mind. and that the American view of the Orient and the Islam then increasingly, both academically but also through popular culture, through films and media, is always mediated now through U.S. interests in the region. And U.S. interests include their interest in oil, right? Their interest in the Arab-Israeli relationships. So the three things that he lists is, first of all, the existence of the historical prejudice about Islam, and the dichotomy between the Arabs and the Zionist Israeli government. Now, keep in mind, it's instructive that he's not using the term Palestinians, because at that time in the 70s, the conflict was still viewed as Arab-Israeli conflict. The Palestinians were a party to it, but they were not acknowledged as a separate entity. That happens much later. In fact, Said was the first Arab scholar to actually write a book called The Question of Palestine, where Palestinian identity as distinct from Arabs was the point that he argued. Now remember, famously, Golda Meir, the Israeli prime minister, famously declared that there were no Palestinian people because it suited Israeli policy to make it into an Israeli-Arab conflict. And then the dichotomy there is that in most of the progressive America, Israel is seen simplistically as this democratic, citadel in the heart of this Arab tyranny, and that stereotype plays a huge role in this. And then he is so true there, and it's still the case, that there is no true identification even on the American left at that time, but even now with the Palestinians. Of course, the instances of it are increasing. The young people are increasingly asking interesting questions, and there are Jewish organizations also asking these questions of Israel. Jewish Voice for Peace is one such organization, which is multi-ethnic and multi-religious, and they ask the hard questions of the Israeli government. But by and large, when he's writing this book, there is no one actually who even is an Arabist and is promoting the cause of justice or is looking at the rights of Palestinian peoples. I mean, for most, so that simplistic dichotomy also plays a role in heightening of the stereotype about the Islamic world and about the Orient. And then, it's complicated by the politics of oil and U.S. oil and economic interests in the region. So throughout then the discourse of Orientalism, what he's suggesting then has reached a phase where it is now caught within world politics of the two powers fighting each other over their areas and zones of influence, further complicated by the Arab-Israeli conflict. And the stereotypes are augmented and accentuated because of the media, which represents the Arabs a certain way and Israelis a certain way with no nuance to it. So there is not increasingly any more room to develop some kind of positive view of the Arabs or Muslims. Right? Now, please keep in mind that Said will go on to write a book called Covering Islam, in which he gives us clear instances of how the mythologies about the Muslim Orient are propagated, how they are used, created, and consumed by the American public. And sadly, 35, 40 years after the book was published, the situation is still the same. The only difference is that Palestinians are now acknowledged as a party to the conflict, though no one hears them out or takes their side. And most of the Arab regimes have now been incorporated within the gambit of American power, the Saudis, the United Arab Emirates. And in a way, you can already see that in the process of normalizing their relationships with the United States or having the United States as a backer, they have abandoned the cause of Palestine even after post-Oslo Accords. And because of the rise of right-wing political parties in Israel, the possibilities of a peace, of a two-state solution, are increasingly diminishing. Now, do keep in mind that Said was for some time part of the Palestinian Liberation Organization Council after Oslo, and eventually came to declare that two-state solution lacked imagination, and that the Israelis and Palestinians should be able to live together under one nation. So that's where he stood towards the end of his life, and he eventually resigns from the PLO Council. So this is kind of slight unpacking of the passages that we just read. He is plotting the contemporary stage of Orientalism within the geopolitics of U.S. interests in the region, as mediated through media representations of Arabs, as represented through the mediated perspective of American interest in the region, and beyond. So let's read a little more and then come back and talk about it. My own experiences of these matters are in part what made me write this book. The life of an Arab Palestinian in the West, particularly in America, is disheartening. There exists here an almost unanimous consensus that politically he does not exist, and when it is allowed that he does, it is either as a nuisance or as an Oriental. The web of racism, cultural stereotypes, political imperialism, dehumanizing ideology holding in the Arab or the Muslim is very strong indeed, and it is this web which every Palestinian has come to feel as his uniquely punishing destiny. It has made matters worse for him to remark that no person academically involved with the Near East, no Orientalist that is, has ever in the United States culturally and politically identified himself wholeheartedly with the Arabs. Certainly there have been identifications on some level, but they have never taken an acceptable form as has liberal American identification with Zionism. And all too frequently they have been radically flawed by their association either with discredited political and economic interests, oil company and State Department Arabis, for example, or with religion. The nexus of knowledge and power creating the Oriental and in a sense obliterating him as a human being is therefore not for me an exclusively academic matter. Yet, it is an intellectual matter of some very obvious importance. I've been able to put to use my humanistic and political concerns for the analysis and description of a very worldly matter, the rise, development, and consolidation of Orientalism. Too often literature and culture are presumed to be politically, even historically innocent. It has regularly seemed otherwise to me, and certainly my study of Orientalism has convinced me, and I hope will convince my literary colleagues, that society and literary culture can only be understood and studied together. In addition, and by an almost inescapable logic, I have found myself writing the history of a strange secret sharer of Western anti-Semitism. That anti-Semitism, and as I have discussed it in the Islamic branch, Orientalism resemble each other very closely, is a historical, cultural, and political truth that needs only to be mentioned to an Arab Palestinian for its irony to be perfectly understood. But what I should like also to have contributed here is a better understanding of the way cultural domination has operated. If this stimulates a new kind of dealing with the Orient, indeed if it eliminates the Orient and Occident altogether, then we shall have advanced a little in the process of what Raymond Williams has called the unlearning of the inherent dominative mode. So here we are at the end of the introduction. He is now pulling us back to his own lived experience as an Arab and as a Palestinian, which according to him at that time was not even possible because Palestinians were not acknowledged as separate from Arabs. And even if they were acknowledged, they were on this margin of the society, American society, as undesirables. And that he also points to how the interest in the Middle East is inextricably inextricably connected to power, to the oil politics. And if there are any Arabists, they have already pawned their expertise to the interest of United States or to the interests of oil companies and others. So what he's trying to highlight here is that there are no liberal or progressive voices who take a stance for Palestinians and their rights. And he's already explained that dichotomy of viewing Israel and Arabs differently. And then he is making this connection of Orientalism with the discourse of anti-Semitism, right? And how that was perpetuated, and how, according to that discourse, the Jewish citizens of the world and even the Jews in Israel were viewed a certain way in the European imagination. And what he's suggesting is that Orientalism as a discourse is not much different from that. But people are not making that connection. But if you read it carefully, the way the Palestinians and Arabs are demonized, especially the Palestinians, is pretty much the same discourse that was used by the anti-Semites. And then kind of a hopeful ending to the conclusion, and that is that if he has done his work, if he has provided us that catalog, and if we read it, if people read it, maybe it would even obliterate the dichotomy of Occident and Orient. And if that happens, then he's saying maybe his job is done. So overall, to sum up this section, but also the introduction, what we learn in the introduction from the very start is Said defining why is he writing this book. He defines what he means by Orientalism, different ways of looking at it. Then he goes on to explain what he had to keep in mind. That's what we've been discussing in the previous videos. He had to first make a distinction that as a literary scholar, he can also talk about politics, that distinction between real knowledge and imaginative knowledge. Then he explains his methodology, in which he goes into the details of why he is studying disparate genres, why is he excluding the Germans, how is he reading these texts, the interiority of the text and the exteriority of the text. And then in this last section, he explains the personal dimension. What is his personal investment as a Palestinian Arab scholar in studying that subject, and what his hopes and aspirations are. Now, on a side note, a lot of people who criticize Orientalism, especially the conservative scholars, they absolutely don't even read the introduction carefully enough. We cannot understand Orientalism without understanding what he is proposing to do in his introduction, which he pretty much follows through, or without keeping in mind Foucault's theory of discourse, how Said uses it and modifies it. Remember, he modifies it by suggesting that he believes in knowledge-power nexus in the discourse that it produces, but he would also like to suggest that individual authors do leave an imprint on the works of others. That is something that Foucault would disagree with. But without reading this introduction carefully, and of course the book, any opinion about Orientalism is then an opinion about what people make it to be, and then opine about it, right? That's why I thought this reading exercise will help us get through actually, the plan of the project itself. I do hope to continue this. I don't know how long it would take to read the whole book, but we have now today concluded our reading of the introduction. I would love to hear your comments, your questions, anything that I missed. If you would like me to elaborate on that, please post it in the comments. I will also combine all these lectures in introduction probably into one video, which would be pretty long, and make it available so that if you want to watch it in one setting, you should be able to do that. This has been a wonderful journey so far. I hope it has been rewarding for you as well. Thank you so much. Stay safe, take care of each other, and as always, peace and love.